God, thank you all for coming today. Day two of our retreat. We'll slim today. Maybe we'll fill up some. But we want to thank you again. Thank you, Commissioner. God, I know that you have other duties, other jobs. Thank you for sacrificing and being here to make this retreat successful. Thank all of you. We're going to open up with a word of prayer. Father, we thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you for allowing us to come together in fellowship, God, and just partake and be able to be educated and this fellowship, God, and learn things that we need to do to make this community better, God. We're so thankful for that. Thank you, Lord, for protecting this community as we had that storm to come through last night. Trees are down in some places, but I think everybody's safe, God, so we thank you for that. Lord, bless this day. Bless this retreat, God. Bless everyone that's here. In your son Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Our county manager, Lloyd Kirk, is going to come and do some introduction.
Good morning, all. I think everybody knows everybody. And remembers everybody from yesterday. Anyway, just a reminder, the bathrooms are down there to the right again. There's a Coke machine and all there. If you need something other than coffee or caffeine. We're trying to get the temperature lowered in the room so that it's a little more comfortable. I know it's awful stuffy in here. At night, they set it really high to try to conserve energy. So, and when the building's not in use, so it takes a little while to cool it. So we'll get it there. Anyway, I hope everybody has a good day and thanks for being here.
Once again, we don't like that thing live via YouTube. Smile.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks, Lori. I was told yesterday that it was found a little muffled through the mask. So today, the format is going to be a little different than it was yesterday because we know that the Development Services has a lot of information to share with you today. And we want to make sure that Judy and Shana and other folks from Development Services have an opportunity to do their presentation as fully as they would like to. So we're going to handle the questions a little bit different. We're going to treat this session as a work session of the BOC, and the questions will be, of course, posed by the commissioners because the session is for them. But the public has cards on their chairs. So if there is a question from the public, if they write it down and Judy will walk through the agenda, identifying what's going to be covered. If on your card you can indicate what area your question is pertaining to, jot down the question, we will collect them. And when Judy opens up the questions, probably after zoning, a little bit, this is for the public, commissioners can ask questions whenever. For the public, when we open it up for questions before lunch, we have the commissioners have an opportunity again to ask more questions more broadly, and then Judy will have the cards from the public and be able to respond to them, or whoever is appropriate to respond. Any questions about the change in format? Does that seem like it would work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My only concern is people that may they feel like they're being silent.
Say it again, the last part.
My only concern is that citizens may feel like they're being silent because they had the opportunity on yesterday. That's my only concern.
We just know that the volume of Judy's presentation is perhaps greater material that was covered yesterday, and we want to make sure that there's that opportunity. Because again, as we talk, this is a work session for the commission. And you can say something. So, Frank, if you want to talk about, just review the ground rules for, we've added a couple.
Let me, before I get into the ground rules, we added 2 more by special request, and so we want to share those with you. I'm going to go back a couple of years when I was at Carl Vinson Institute, and we would do classes for the elected official classes. Those classes were very general. We talked about high-level stuff, but we never particularly talked about specific counties or cities. These retreats are a little bit different because it also is information sharing, but it's information sharing as it applies to Newton County. So they are it's a way that commissioners can be brought up to date on new policies, new procedures, how things are calculated, to prepare you so that when you're asked by folks in your constituency, you can answer those questions or have a good idea, and also understand who to go to find specific information. And it gives you a chance to ask questions for clarity on your part. So that's the main reason for that. So I wanted to say that. So, you know, what we did at ACCG, at Carl Vinson was very high level. And you were supposed to come back to the county and then we have another level, which is that this is the more specific level. So any questions? So here are the ground rules as we had them before, allowing people to finish their spot before you start speaking. Listen with intention, in other words, listen for understanding, because if we're going to chat, I need to understand what you are saying, as well as you understand what I'm saying. You need to be open-minded, especially in the learning atmosphere. Be non-biased, suspend prior judgment, actions speak louder than words, and the 2 that we added were limit side conversations. You know, some of it is happening up front, some of it in the back, but what happens, that becomes very distracting for folks who are trying to listen. And the last one that we have respectful regard for one another. Basically, no personal attacks. We're all here for the same reason. So if you start your statement with you, that's probably leading to an attack. Questions? Also, what we will, we have a process that we will be able to collect the information from the audience. And did you want to speak? Okay. So we will capture their questions. We want them to also focus on the hearing of what's happening, and then we'll look at how we get the answers to them. But their questions will be captured.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Today's presentation, I wasn't able to be here yesterday as the majority of all of your departments, we have work that we need to do, so, but I was asked to be able to be here today, and let me say that it is an honor to be able to share with you what our department does, and I'm going to try to make this as interactive as I possibly can. The first thing I want to do is kind of go over our agenda. Let me give you a little bit of tools that you have sitting there on your table. And specifically for our commissioners who prefer to have these on a digital format, I do have those. I just did not get the rest of the presentations loaded, but I have you all a thumb drive. So not only will you have the printed copies here, you'll also have a thumb drive that has lots of memory. So if you need to add other things to it, you'll have your flash drive. But on your tables, you're going to see a very, very thick book. If everyone can look, this nice, large, thick binder here, those are all the ordinances that our department regulates. Now, I don't plan on going over every one of those. That's a lot of information, and it is printed front and back. But just to let you know that that is the tools, some of the tools that we use. The other notebook that you have on your desk is actually the presentation, and in that you'll find your agenda. So the part one of our morning, we want to do a good overview of our department. We're going to be discussing the branches of the department, such as zoning, land development, building permits, business license, and code enforcement. We will also talk about other regulatory programs that our department has to manage or we're responsible for, whether it's a federal program or a state program. And then we're going to take a break. There'll be questions also throughout, as Frank and Allison explained earlier. Commissioners, please feel free to let me know when you have a question. And then we certainly want our audience to be able to participate. But touching just briefly on that, what you're going to learn today is what our department does as we go through the comprehensive plan. We have lots of required meetings with our public. So the public will have a very, very large voice in being able to express their concerns. And if it is something we can regulate or change, we can certainly make that. So don't think today is the last time that the citizens have an opportunity. They'll have ample opportunity as we move through some of the different programs that we do. Then after the break, we're going to do part two, which is our zoning module. And in the zoning, we're going to cover what is planning our futures. And we have a couple of tools that allow us to do that, and that's a comprehensive plan and a future land use plan. And then once you get your planning part of it done, then what is your zoning of the land and what kind of uses can go on that property? We also offer things such as conditional use permits and variances. We do conditions of zoning sometimes when someone comes before a board and they're asking to do something and the board seems to think it's a pretty good idea, but maybe we need to think about, should there be a fence up there? Maybe they should be set back further from the neighbor on the property next door to them because what they want to do might impact them a little, but still it's a good use and we might want to move forward with it. We're also going to talk about uses that are allowed by rights. One of the things I hope to help you understand today is that land use laws favor the property owner. That doesn't mean we have to accept everything someone wants to do, but the way land use laws are written, it is always in favor of a property owner. And then we have tools that we use in zoning petitions that help us decide, is it worth the rights of the property owner, or is it more of an impact to our community, and can we legally turn down that request? And then we're going to talk a little bit about development regulations, again, questions throughout, and then we're going to have lunch. We'll come back from lunch and we're going to go to responsibility. And this is where we're going to talk a little bit about what the government's responsible for, what the private industry is responsible for, and what economic development is responsible for. And then after that portion, we're gonna move into the building permits. And I have asked my building inspectors to be here this afternoon. Well, I will do a very, very brief overview, and then we're gonna more or less open that up for y'all to be able to ask some questions. And then the very final part of our morning is going to be, our day is going to be code enforcement. And that's gonna be very similar. I'll give a very brief presentation. The code officers will be here this afternoon, and you'll be able to ask them some questions. So again, I hope to make this very interactive. One of the things that I would like to also remind everyone is that the goal of our Development Services Department is to help execute our strategic plan. Our strategic plan, Strategy A, cultivate a culture of trust. And often when we have citizens that don't understand what our department does or why we have to do what we do, then that creates some unrest, sometimes animosity. Sometimes it can be a positive thing or it can be a negative thing. But the goal is to explain to you as commissioners and our public what is that culture of trust? What can we control? What gets us into legal concerns or legal battles? And what are other agencies that might be able to offer some solutions to what the citizens have concerns over? Strategy B, enhance quality of life. Well, development's all about enhancing quality of life, and there's lots of tools that we can use to get there. Strategy C, create a framework for strategic economic development. And that is probably one of the biggest items that this department covers, is doing a framework. We're a regulatory department. Everything we do is because of rules and regulations. Strategy D, strengthen and expand facilities and infrastructure to meet the needs of the public. Sometimes we learn that when we grow, we have growing pains. And how do we help relieve those growing pains? And then finally, strategy E, provide for a safe and, Shannon, you're writing out, safe and secure community. I apologize, we had to write them, I didn't have those. But to provide for a safe and secure community. And there are a lot of things that the tools that we do, such as street lights in residential districts. That helps create, if someone's coming home and you've got the pooch and you need to walk him down the road, well, if you've got sidewalks and if you've got street lights, that helps create a safe environment for that. Now, Shana passed out a while ago to each of the commissioners and to the county manager and chairman a little sheet of paper. And if you don't mind, if each of you would just, and I'm going to start here with the county manager, just read me what your little yellow sheet of paper said.
9 + 0 = 9.
Chairman?
2 + 7 = 9.
8 + 1 = 9.
Commissioner Cowan?
3 + 6 = 9.
Commissioner Mason?
4 + 5 = 9.
Okay, so we all got to 9, right? Did we all get there the same way?
No.
Well, sometimes there are many paths to get to what we want to do. It's about us coming together. Our end goal is the same. It's about us coming together to get to that end goal. So today, what I hope to do as well is to help you learn what is 9. And 9 is the theoretical thing that we all want to today strive to be. But again, our goals need to be similar so then we can regulate the laws that you set and the other laws fairly to everyone in the county. So to start with the first one of the first presentation point, development services, an overview of our department. Oh. Again, I don't know what I'd do without my right-hand person here. The development services team, to kind of give you a little bit of an idea of who we are. I'm Judy Johnson, I'm the director. Here's my planner and my senior member of staff, Shana Applewhite. Our zoning administrator is Ms. Tracy Hernandez. We have a civil engineer, floodplain, and MS4 manager. That is a vacant position at this time. We have extended the job. We hope to have that filled very soon. We also have a stormwater tech. His name's Jordan Furman. We have an NPDES. That's a regulates the land, a dirt officer, and that is Ray Spencer. He has been with the county on the 20th of this month, 20 years. He knows his job. We rely on him for a lot of our land use concerns. Our building inspectors are Mr. Bobby Copenny and Mr. Almond Knight. We have another position which is being advertised, but it is open at this time. You will be able to meet Mr. Copenny and Mr. Knight this afternoon. We also have code enforcement. Code enforcement, we have lead officer Tiana Combs, Officer Cole Adams, and Officer Twana Davis. We have a total of 4 positions, but right now we have 1 position on hold. Those officers will be here this afternoon as well. We have an office manager that's also titled Administrative Coordinator, and that's Ms. Crystal Dooley. And then our administrative team, and I put them last, but y'all, they're our first line of defense. That's who primarily answers our phone. That's who's going to open the door to the customers. That's our first point of contact. And when I used to work in the restaurant industry as a server, sometimes the server would get beat up because the food was bad. Well, did the server cook the food? So again, it's about realizing who your front line is. These ladies work extremely hard. We have Ms. Sandra Morgan as our general kind of receptionist and covers other positions in the department as necessary for administrative help. Ms. LaToya Williams is our business license clerk. Ms. Denise Tugman is our building permit clerk. And we have a temporary data entry young lady named Ayana Ramos, who's doing an excellent job for us. So what do? Development Services, as I mentioned earlier, is a regulatory department. Our department regulates the local legislation that you set. We also have to regulate all of those ordinances that we gave you in that book. And I will have to say, I put a little note at the bottom, lists may not be all inclusive. Sometimes that as development happens, for our community, we're not on the coastline, so we don't have to really worry about marshland. However, there could be other water regulations that don't come up on a daily basis as we start developing that we may have to enforce as well. So anyway, that's a general list of all of our ordinances that we are required to look over. So if someone comes in and I want to develop a property, or I want a building permit, or I want a business license, this is where we go to find out what has this board set as law that allows the person requesting to do what they want to do. We have a unified development ordinance, and we'll go over these much later in our presentation throughout the day. But we have a unified development ordinance, and that includes your zoning ordinance, your development regulations, and your water resources. We also have an impact fee ordinance. Our county collects impact fees. We'll go over that in a little bit. There's a flood damage prevention ordinance, a soil and erosion and sedimentation ordinance, a timber harvesting ordinance, traffic control in relations to timber harvesting. We have our watershed protections for both Cornish Creek and at some point, if the need was there for the county, the Bear Creek Reservoir, which has been temporarily put on hold. But again, we've invested a lot of time and development into assigning an area if the need arose, so it could come back at y'all's discretion. We also do, I put the historic preservation ordinance and the firearms ordinance. Now, the sheriff's office regulates the firearms ordinance, but we get a lot of people who will call and ask, if I can shoot a gun, or if I can, am I in violation, or somewhat, a lot of times our department is a catch-all, because we do a lot of things with the community. But again, if it's specific to the firearms, we would have to send them back to the sheriff's office on that. Building permits, building and building regulations, it's called the Administrative Procedures Ordinance. That is an ordinance that is under review. We may be able to get into that a little bit during our building time, but it is under review. A lot of the questions and concerns that come up with that is, are we enforcing enough? And what is our liability if we decide to do more than our minimum code? The other things is a solar and wind ordinance. We have alternative energy. We have people right now wanting to put solar panels on the roofs of their houses. They want to go green infrastructures. We have some industries that are looking at doing maybe some large solar farms. We have Snapping Shoals has a current solar farm out on Highway 11. Again, just moving toward what's gonna grow our community. What are the things that our citizens want? What are the things that we see as needs? What are the things that will help us prepare for our future? We have the business license and occupational tax ordinance. We also have an ordinance for moving and placing buildings throughout the county. There's an alcohol ordinance, the sale of non-traditional paraphernalia and the use of e-cigarettes. We have regulations for that. We have regulations for, it says marijuana on here, actually it's the synthetic marijuana. We have an adult entertainment ordinance, a body craft and tattoo regulations, massage and spa establishment ordinance, property maintenance. That's where primarily our code enforcement comes from, is that property maintenance, litter control, and solid waste management and nuisance abatement ordinance. And we have a community redevelopment ordinance, also known as a blighted property ordinance. You may be more familiar with that term. And then we have the noise ordinance and regulations for that. On top of that, we also have other rules from other regulatory agencies. If you want to do a daycare, you have to have a license from right from the start. That's a program that's through the state, but we can't issue a building permit or a business license until you have confirmed that you have met all of the requirements from the state. We have the Department of Community Affairs. We work with them a lot on things. For our personal care homes, for community living arrangements, for adult daycares, for the CIE and short-term work program, which we will also discuss here in just a little bit. Secretary of State. If I am a licensed electrician and I want a business license in this county, I have to provide proof that I'm an actual licensed electrician. If I want to pull a building permit, I have to provide proof. Now, there are property owner rights, and again, we'll discuss that in building this afternoon. But there are property owners who can pull their own permits, but if it's a rental property and you're not living in it, or if it's a commercial property where other people are coming in, then you have to have a licensed person to be able to do that trade work for you. We also, Department of Agricultural, all of our convenience stores have to have a Department of Ag license in order to sell the food. Environmental health, we get with them on the issuance of building permits if you're on septic or if you're wanting to open a restaurant. GCIC and GAPS, we have to fingerprint for alcohol license. And this is we have our own GCIC number. We had to go to training with the, the acronyms and departments. But anyway, we had to go to training up in Atlanta, of where all of us had to give the blood of our firstborn child in order to be able to qualify to see people's criminal histories reports. Department of Revenue, if you're going to do an alcohol license, the Department of Revenue is where you would need to also get a license from. FEMA, that's our flood management, and I'm sure y'all are kind of familiar with those. We've had several things going on in which FEMA, GEMA, and all of those other wonderful agencies offer assistance to local governments, but they also require us to do certain regulations in order to have that assistance. We also have the responsibility to regulate for state and federal agencies such as Georgia Soil and Water Conservation Commission and EPD as a local issuing authority. And then Northeast Regional Commission, we do our DRIs if the project is so large that it meets a certain threshold because of the area that we're in. We're required to work with Northeast Georgia in order to submit a DRI. And the DRI gives a regional review of an impact. When we first had Facebook come in at Stanton Springs, they had to submit a DRI to the state. When we had Lidl come in, Lidl had to submit a DRI to the state. So this got a comprehensive state review. Other services that we regulate, and I'm trying to pick up the pace here, guys. Other services that we regulate, planning and zoning department, we have a comprehensive plan, a future land use plan. We do rezoning requests, conditional use permits, administrative use, special exceptions, variances, the list goes on and on and on. We also do business license zoning approval, temporary commercial, temporary special events. We do building permit reviews, and we do approval for zoning requirements. Under land development, which is where my wonderful planner shines, she helps guide us with a minor plat, a subdivision of land. She helps guide us through preliminary plats and concept plans and land disturbance permits for residential development and commercial developments, final plats. She also collects bonds. When you're coming in and you're doing a development and you're putting in a new road, the county has a requirement to put a bond on that road for a period of time. So during the construction, we're able to get that road where it meets the code. So in hopes that our roads do not have failures, that is then a burden on the taxpayers, because then we need to improve those roads. So again, we do a lot of things within our department. On building permits, we issue new residential, new commercial, we remodel, we rebuild, we do additions, we do accessory structures, I want a new service upgrade because I want to add a whole bunch of electrical in here. Well, you need to come get a permit in order to do that. We also assist the city of Newbern and the city of Mansfield for their building permits. Most of the other local municipalities have their own departments, but these governments and areas are so small that they do not have a building department. We assist, we have an IGA with them to assist with that. Business license, we have home occupations, commercial license, agricultural license, alcohol license, a personal care home, a daycare facility, non-traditional paraphernalia, and massages, spa license. We also regulate stormwater. We're required by EPD to submit an annual report to them. And it's not just submit a report, you can't pencil with it. You have to go out and actually inspect the facilities and to see if these are working properly. I want to spend just a small moment on the MS4 program. Most everyone is familiar with what we call a detention pond. And detention ponds are found in subdivisions, on commercial sites, on private property. Some of the detention ponds, the county is responsible for making sure they're cleaned. Some of them are private ownership. Some of them are HOAs. And if we go out and do an inspection and we find a failure or a flaw, we're required by the EPD to issue notice. Now, if I'm a landowner and I didn't realize I had a detention pond on my property, and I don't have an extra $50,000 sitting around, or let's just say it was $5,000. You know, I mean, let's show a raise of hands of how many could afford $500 if you weren't expecting it. I mean, so it's an impact, but we have to work through those, because when these ponds or lakes or detention areas are not working properly, that means our water is not filtering. And so again, we regulate this. We regulate if we've got floodplain, and this county is peppered with plenty of areas that have natural resource challenges. You know, they're also their benefits, their gems. We've got people who now love to kayak in the lazy Yellow River. That's an avenue where we can provide recreation. What does recreation do? It enhances quality of life. So again, everything we do circles back around, circles back around. Our MS4 program, last year our engineer, our MS4 manager, did a program where he went out and he presented this to the board, but he went out and did lots of different inspections throughout the year. And this is kind of how it works. The first step is to do a site inspection. Then you're going to send a letter to the owner with the findings. If it's a county facility, we send that email request for them down to Public Works. So then your Public Works department gets involved and they go out and they make the necessary changes. Then we document a timeline for repair. And then the owner completes the repair, and then the stormwater manager approves the repair. And this goes on and on. Primarily our MS4 is in our urbanized area, which is the west side of the county. But all development, and as we grow and expand, all development will fall under the need. If we have a dam, just because it's in a very rural area on 500 acres, still does not mean that the EPD does not require us to make sure it's functioning properly. Here's some pictures of some different, there's Lockwall. We had an issue there, not issue, but we had an opportunity for them to improve their infrastructure. We had Orchard Park, Graham Way, which was the Board of Education, Westminster Subdivision, Walmart over on Salem Road, and Oak Manor. Every one of those were repaired last year. We were able to put that in our report, send that information up, and at the end of the day, our goal is simple. We need clean water for our future. The annual CIE, and I will be very, very quick to go through this so we can open it up for some questions before we go to break at 10:15. So our annual CIE, short-term work program. This is a plan because we collect impact fees. We have to submit an annual report to be approved. It comes before this board. We give you a list of our short-term work programs. We're going to throw a lot of acronyms out there today, but ask me afterwards. I'll try to get you a Cliff Note cheat sheet. But our capital improvement element is short-term work program. It's an annual report required by the Department of Community Affairs due to the fact that we collect impact fees. The impact fee program for Newton County began in 2005. Newton County chose 3 buckets, 3 areas that this money would be distributed to. One bucket is transportation, very important. Every time that we can find ways to fund transportation, it takes it off of the county. And although I cannot say that I'm a proponent of taxes, there are things that come before this board, and y'all as a group decided we would offer it to our citizens for the T-SPLOST. T-SPLOST didn't work. Didn't get voted through. Citizens had their right, they had their voice. But at the end of the day, what that program would have provided was a lot of necessary road improvements that would have taken the burden of you having to tax everyone in the county. We get a lot of people coming in here traveling, visitors, they pay taxes. All of us, if we want to go up to the Mall of Georgia, well, COVID has been a different year, but if we want to go to the Mall of Georgia, or if we want to go eat here or eat there, we're going to spend our tax dollars the same way with people coming into here. Our square is filled up regularly with people coming in just because it's a short drive. Maybe they live around here, it's a short drive, and they can come in and see our our movie industry, or they're able to see some of the other things that we're able to offer. We've got a lot of great natural resources up at Lake Varner. We have a beautiful facility up there where families can go and hold a birthday party outside. We have, oh Lord, my mind just went completely blank. But again, let me try to move forward instead of try to pontificate. The following document is a portion of a report. So the way the CIE works is that there are certain elements of this that has to be submitted, and we do what's called a short-term work program. Now, mind you, this is draft form. I'm giving you the raw, yes, sir.
I wanted to add, because I know you were talking about the 3 buckets.
Yes.
And you spoke about transportation. Can you elaborate just briefly on how this area affects the library and recreation?
Oh, I'm so sorry, you're right. I didn't necessarily go to the other 2 buckets, did I? We were just filling up the transportation. So we have 3 buckets. A percentage of the impact fees that we collect go to transportation, a percentage goes to the library, and a percentage goes to recreation. Now, because of the impact fee program, you're limited in how you can spend those funds. Those funds can be spent on what's called a community improvement. So let's say that at Kroll and Brown Bridge Road, that's one of the intersections that is skewed and has a lot of traffic, it has a lot of backup. Well, we could potentially identify that as where we could spend impact fees for transportation improvements. For recreation improvements, it's not quite like your SPLOST. Your SPLOST is granted because you've identified specific projects that you would like to see move forward. For impact fees, we paved the Cricket Frog Trail. That was a community improvement. More than one area, more than one person, it's a multi-use where everyone would be able to. The same way when we built Denny Dobbs, not Denny Dobbs Park, but the library over at Denny Dobbs Park.
Porter Memorial.
Porter Memorial, yes sir. That was a community improvement. Yes, was it located in a certain district? But there was a void in that district for that type of program. So that is what we chose to do. Now that bucket is still in the negative. So what we're having to do now with that is that as we collect, you pay that bucket back, and then when we get enough, we will offer the library a volume of new books, or whether it's e-books or printed books, whatever would fit their needs to help guide them. So here is our list of different kinds of projects, and I'll be honest, I don't have my glasses on today, and it's very challenging seeing to begin with. But the way the program works is you're going to be given a list of different kinds of projects. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I want to ask another question because you brought up a great point when you talked about the impact fees. As we collect them, we'll be able to provide them with services that they need, like e-books, etc. So how does that actually work? Because I think right now they are in a need for some things such as that. So how would we be able to utilize this bucket to be able to resolve that need?
Okay, well, I did not bring the where we're at right now in paying back the expense that it cost. It was a multi-million-dollar project to build the library. So at this point, we would not be able to further extend that. We would have to wait till that bucket gets to a positive balance. And I think in this report, we've identified $50,000 as our first wave of a project. Once we get $50,000, we go to the school board, I mean, not the school board, we go to the library, we let them know that fees have been collected, Here are the limitations of what you can spend it on. What would you like to do with it? And then once we start getting that positive bucket, then we'll add another line item. Because if you'll notice in your little chart there, it's not for everything to finish this year. It's not for everything to finish next year. Not everything on that chart is impact fees. Some of it is other funding things, but the short-term work program, which is part of our capital improvement element, the short-term work program kind of sets a guide for what do we see, what are our capital projects that we need to work on in the future. And I know there's other tools that you use as well, but this short-term work program, every one of your other local governments, they have a short-term work program as well. And it is beneficial when we all get together and make sure what this board's deciding to do correlates with what City of Covington's wanting to do. We don't all have to do the same thing, but we don't want to be in conflict with one another. Like Porterdale, they do a lot of recreation is kind of their real big thing that they kind of promote. So is there ways for us to utilize that same thing? And I think we put a couple of yacht or boat launches in on the Yellow River that may feed further down, and then you come out in Porterdale, and or you can go further down to Lake Jackson. So did that kind of answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes. Do we, I mean, I don't know if this is something that we would know, utilizing that process that you just mentioned to get to that $50,000 or get to that positive status. Is there a specific time frame that it takes to get there?
That depends on your development, your building permits. So a couple of years ago, the Board of Commissioners looked really hard on the fact that our impact fees were set two different ways. They were set for residential, new residential homes, not if you want to build a garage, but if you're building a new residential home that's never been on a piece of property, or if you're doing commercial development. So there were two ways that those buckets go. Under commercial, it was just for transportation. It didn't fund also recreation and the library. But a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, the board came together and recognized that we were not getting as many commercial developments as we could because impact fees were a hurdle that a lot of people didn't want to go over. They could go to Rockdale County where they don't collect impact fees, or they could go to Henry County, or they could go to some of these other places that didn't impose this. And because as you all know, when we want to grow our tax base, and I'm talking just at high level, just trying to be practical, when you're wanting to grow your tax base and you grow your residential tax base, well, that equals needs. You know, when people move here, we all move here, and then we have the needs for the government. So when you start talking about having to raise taxes, that impacts everyone who put you in this place, everyone. So sometimes it makes hard decisions because, like last year, people lost jobs, a lot of things went upside down. So if in order to balance the needs of the people, you raise taxes, that's a burden. So the impact fee, but if you develop commercial and industrial, that's a positive thing that comes back into your community. Their needs aren't near as high for services. So the Board of Commissioners decided to take the impact fee on commercial and industrial and bring it down to 0%. And we have greatly grown our non-residential base by that. But if you want to build a new home, then there is a percentage. It's not just a new single family. There's a percentage if it's a townhome. There's a percentage if it is, it's a little different if it is an apartment. So every one of these new residential units have an impact on us. So we want to put that charge on the builder, the developer, to help offset and provide some of the services that the impact fees can do. So that help?
Yes.
Okay. And what I'm going to do, it's 10:09, so yes,
Yeah, I
sir.
just wanted to mention while we're on this, you see funding sources up there, and those are very fluid, because things change, and so while we may have something may have been originally, intended to be impact fees, it could be that some of those projects can be paid for, we may have general fund money, or there may be other ways to fund those, so, that column in particular is pretty fluid as far as the funding source.
Yeah, it's all of your, not all, but as many of the capital improvement programs that we can put in there. And let's say that we can qualify and get, GDOT sometimes will come through and offer, well, we might have scheduled it for impact fees, but if GDOT's gonna do it, well, let's go ahead and let them do that, and let's take the funds that were allocated for that and put them into another project.
Right.
So yes, so the short-term work program is much more comprehensive than just showing your impact fees, but you do have to have projects on there that you can use your impact fees for, or else we're not being legitimate while we're collecting them. You can't collect them without a reason to collect them in an end use. And with that being said, we are very, very close to 10:15, so I want to open it up if there's any other questions for the first part. Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
And you did say that the impact fees are generated through the developers.
We collect them, yes, sir. When someone applies for a new residential building permit, as part of their fees, that fee is applied then. They pay it when we issue the permit.
So any permit, residential, commercial, all of that.
New residential only at this time, new residential units, because remember, we don't, an accessory structure, you wouldn't, the impact is when you have new families moving in as far as on the residential side.
The impact fee was set at the beginning of the imposition of the fee, the ordinance. I believe it was $17.50 per single family home, and that's not changed. In order to change it, you've got to go back, redo your impact fee ordinance, and then you have to provide a whole new set of calculations and whatnot on how you arrived at that fee. So it's been $17.50, and stayed at $17.50
Since 2005, and there's again a percentage that goes into each of the buckets. Not all of the percentages, and we'll go more over that because the new CIE report has to come before this board. We have to have a public hearing. So you're going to see that document. You'll be able to, if your constituents have questions, they'll be able during that public hearing to come up and ask the questions about what they see on that report that we've done. And then you'll also see, let me just point out, in everything in blue, those are things we've accomplished. And those fall off from year to year. So we do see progress being made. It just sometimes feels not fast enough. And Commissioner Cowan, I think you may have had a question.
Two things. One, on your detention ponds, do we have an inventory of those in the county?
We do. That is actually coordinated through our GIS department. And so sometimes when new infrastructure gets added, then we have to get, because it's about coordinates. You have to know, it's not just a detention pond, but it may be an underground pipe that feeds into a pond. We have to know where each of those items are, the storm drains that you see in your subdivisions and stuff.
Are those county properties, or do they belong to the subdivision?
They belong to a mixture of people. Back in the mid-2000s, the county went through a time where we wanted all the green space to be dedicated back to the county and not to the HOA. So we had a lot of green space. But with that comes the responsibility of managing the storm ponds. So now we have amended that, and any new development, it has to be set up through their HOA. And all we can, as a department, hope is that developer and that builder, when they pass the baton on to the HOA, that they've informed them of what, that's not our responsibility to inform them. That is a civil, private matter.
Okay, the other question I had was, the rates for impact fees have not been adjusted since 2005, is that what I heard?
Yes, sir.
So if those were raised now, would that have a slowing effect on residential, you think?
And yeah, yes, it could, but it could also, you know, and again, any extra program we want to do, we have to remember, we gotta have the time, people, and resources to manage that. But to your point, it could be time to dip our toe in the water and start looking at,
I mean, if doing away with impact fees on the commercial had the effect of generating more commercial growth in the county, then the logic would be if you raise the rates on residential, that may slow that down.
well, and that could be a cause and effect for sure, but the way impact fees are set, we're gonna have to, it's through a formula, and we have to prove what is our need. And truly, our need may be greater than it was in 2005. So, you know, again, not opposed to reevaluating that. I would certainly not suggest doing away with them because we need those.
No.
We need recreation. We need.
Right, I wouldn't
yes.
do away with them. I'm talking about raising them on residential to help, to basically slow it down.
So instead of 1750, maybe 1850. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Today.
and again, it's a formula, that's how we got to where it was to begin with, but it could be time to reevaluate, what does that number look like today?
Well, question I have, first off, you for being there, this department. Question that I have is, where's most growth at? Where's most houses being built? Is it a certain district?
Well, where your houses generally, where your new development generally goes, is where you have infrastructure, and there's a lot of different infrastructure, but if you are a lot that has county water and sewer,
Get higher density.
then you can get, you don't, like, if you're on septic, if you're out in the county and you're on septic, your lot has to be a certain size. So that does, to your point, your city that has all of that infrastructure develops and develops densely. And then when we started getting inventory, development here, it started going like, it just like, on back of each other. Our ordinance requires if you're within 1,500 feet of sewer, you have to tap into the sewer. So a lot of it would have gone this way. It's not a lot of it in the north, because sewer just hasn't been pulled to the north. It's not a lot of sewer down in the southern part. We had a conversation about over at Highway 212 and Brown Bridge Road, the limitations of being able to even develop commercially there. You have some on the outskirts here in District 5, and we now have some limited that is a little further down because of Stanton Springs.
So, who are we selling the most bids to, in which district? I understand about the cities in the growth, you know.
I would have to pull that number, Commissioner, to be for sure, but just as a gut answer, I would probably say 2 and 3. District 2 and 3 in their areas here have seen the most growth. Up here, not much growth. Down here, not much growth.
So your development's gonna follow you some water and sewer.
Yes,
So
yes.
you're saying that there's a possibility of going up from, 750 to 1850? Then you talking about raising the impact fees in district, but 3 and 2 or whatever.
Well, anyone who wants
Everywhere,
to do a
Well,
new home.
in town, both in town or in the town of Austin, they would be getting impact fees.
Correct, you're within the city limits, no sir.
So we talking about in the most unincorporated
Yeah.
areas.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And most time impact fees, to my knowledge, is spent where there's the most need, and most is in the probably those 2 districts, or 3 districts.
Yes, sir, and we did briefly, while you were getting your pearly whites cleaned earlier. We were able to briefly talk about how impact fees are spent. Yes, the same way when we built the library, and I'm not sure if you walked in, you know, the library, there was a yes, sir, you were certainly
Yeah, I
here,
remember that.
but there was a vacuum over here for that. So the county decided the best placement would be for this, but our impact fees, they can be spent in some local areas if there is a need that is broad enough that it helps more than one citizen. You know, impact fees are to help offset the cost on this board to provide certain services.
Mr. Mayor,
The other thing to remember about impact fees is you have to establish what's called a service area. In this county, it was adopted as the entire unincorporated part of the county was the service area. So regardless of where the money is collected, it can be spent anywhere in the county. Now, some places adopt a particular service, adopted impact fees to serve particular service areas. And in that scenario, if a dollar, let's just say, District 2 was identified for discussion, then all the money that was collected, then you could have only collected money in District 2, and all the money that was collected would have had to have been spent in District 2. So, but Newton County, and I think wisely so, identified the entire county as the service area so that there would not be a restriction on where you could spend the money, because not knowing what the future would bring in terms of how development was going to happen, where it was going to happen, what were going to be the impacts. I mean, when they were adopted in 2005, I don't really think the county probably envisioned Takeda and Facebook. So that really, once those things mature a little bit more, I think you'll see some things shift. And so, so that's the thing to remember about our, now if we were to go back again and revisit that may be part of, then we need to redo a whole thing, but that's why they did it in 2005.
So Lloyd, to your point, if that was the case, wherever those impact fees were generated, that's where you would develop, would that cause us to begin to develop more in other areas of the county if we were to do that? Because what would happen is you're only going to see development in the area where it's growing. In the areas where it's not growing, you're not going to see development. So that would want us, that would encourage us to want more development in other areas so that we have a complete county of development and not just more development on one side and not the other.
Right, but you gotta get the water and sewer over there.
Yes, the
That's what I was gonna
infrastructure.
say. Really, the development is really sort of the aftermath or the cause of infrastructure. And further sewer development, or development of sewer lines would have to go to also developing treatment plants, additional treatment plants, and additional either spray fields or a place to either that or to be able to release it right back into the rivers. And I don't know whether there's been some argument back and forth about whether spray fields are more beneficial to the environment than releasing the water, than releasing the wastewater back into the water system, because it takes so much longer for the water, spray field, to get back into the general water supply when we need the water. So it's sort of a big argument.
Have we set an infrastructure plan in place? Have we begun to really look at that and say, how do we begin to develop that infrastructure in other areas where we don't have it?
Well, I think, in the Water and Sewer Authority is a distribution system, collection system for sewer. Part of that too goes back to your comprehensive plan, whether or not, one of the reasons we don't have a whole lot of development in northern part of the county is there's a lot of rock. And it makes it difficult to build. I mean, it's almost impossible for septic systems, but even just the idea of building. So that's one issue. The second, another issue is just whether or not, you want the entire county to be developed. I think there
And we're having that.
Yeah.
Half urban, half rural.
So there's always that dynamic too. I mean, whether, do we want to be as highly developed as, say, some of the other counties that are out there, like other metro counties, like DeKalb or Clayton,
Cool.
But the first thing is, I think, infrastructure, whether or not there's a plan, whether or not there's the ability to do that. And of course, there's lots of other questions too. For instance, can we provide water? Do we have enough water production to provide for that population? That's part of the reason why Bear Creek was initially, because there was this thought, the initial population projections where we were going to be at, this county was going to be at 450,000 by the year 2050. That's been scaled back, partly because, or largely because of the 2008 downturn, but things slowed up for so long. But, now we're climbing pretty quickly, and that still may be a real. And so there's the ability to provide. Water is one thing you've got to provide. You don't have to provide sewer, but you've got to provide water. So there's a lot of questions that we do. Yeah, I mean, it's possible to do that if that's what.
And I think we should, even if we do want to maintain some level of rule, specifically designate where that's going to be versus, hey, we're going to develop this particular part of the county, but we're not going to develop this part of the county, so that we still give those options.
And that's really, that's what we've got in the comp plan, but you need to start talking about the comp plan and see how the comp plan was developed and what was put in place, and so that's what I had to say.
So, if I can, because we're right at break, and I see that obviously we're needing break, because we're having people kind of, let me very quickly, we did have one question from our audience. Well, it's actually two questions, but let me read that out. I'm going to give it a best stab, and then I'm going to rely on our trusty county manager. So the question is about FEMA, and the citizen wants to know, is FEMA operated out of the Development Services Department? No, it is not. It is a state agency. We are required to do certain things, have certain regulatory rules and regulations because of the laws that FEMA enforces. But we're not we don't even have a member in our department that works for FEMA. We report to FEMA. The second part of that question is, does FEMA have a provision for paying for funerals if a person dies from COVID? And this is, I try to read as much as I can. I'm a sponge for knowledge. I enjoy that. But I have heard that there's a lot of different programs out there, but I would not be able to speak intelligently. I don't know if someone in here does have that information. What I might encourage, yes, sir.
They do.
They do?
If someone passed from March last year up until now, if you submit the death certificate and it said that that person died from COVID-19, then we are reimburse you for the whole film that you submit, the death certificate and the prices that you bear reimbursed.
And not to put another department who's obviously not here to say yay or nay or defend themselves, but I will say that our EMA department works very closely with a lot of these programs for reimbursement and so forth. That EMA, yes, emergency management, which is Mr. Jody Nolan. Now, he may or may not be able to help someone with this, but apparently, as Mr. Shepherd, as Mr. Shepherd has let us know, that is an option. So as a leader in the community, if your people are asking for that, I don't know that we have, if Mr. Nolan with EMA was not able to provide at least a little high level on that, that might be something that you could get with another community member that might have some knowledge on deaths or COVID or, yes, sir.
I was gonna say, I'd recommend that you contact Georgia's man, because we would not handle that locally. Georgia Emergency Management Association, and they would have to be able to direct you. I'm sure if there's a program out there that's sponsored by FEMA, probably funds through the state, they probably would know. The other thing about FEMA is, with FEMA, particularly with development, they develop the flood, two things. They have maps that show floodplain and floodways and establish the, what's called the FIRM maps, the flood insurance rate maps. And what those do basically establish whether you're in the X zone or a B zone. And all of that has to do with how much the possibility of water you're getting flooded and then to what extent. And also establish the elevations of the land that you're on. So that's the focus of what development services does with them, plus with the water quality in terms of the stormwater management.
I think we have another question.
I have a quick
Yes.
question. Can you expound on, I know our county manager mentioned that, the developer pays $17.50 per single family home. You know, I have a lot of real estate professionals in my area, and they mentioned it was a little bit more based on everything they have to pay per home. Can you expound on those
On
various
what fees we collect and
Yeah,
what they may have,
Because it
yes,
goes
ma'am.
up, it's really more than $17.50. So can you
Yes, ma'am.
expound on that?
So the way, if you're coming in for a new residential building permit, and we'll just talk about that one for this exercise. There are items you have to bring in to get the permit, which is either a sewer tap receipt or a septic permit. So that's a cost outside of our department that you had to go pay. And to be honest, I don't know what that fee is, but you have to have it when you want to build a new home. You also have to have a water tap receipt. Or if you're in an area that doesn't have that, you have to have a well, and digging a well is about $3,000 to $5,000. I've done one of those before. So those are fees that are outside of. You also, if you're in a platted subdivision built after 2000 and after 2000, is it September, Shana, maybe? For the ENS, yes. So you may have to have, let's say that you're on just a big piece of land, but you got a lake and you want to build your house close to the lake. Well, if you're within 200 feet of state waters, you're going to have an ENS plan. So that means the civil engineer has to draw that up for you. Or if you're in a platted subdivision such as Westminster or Bailey Glen, all of those have to have an ENS plan. So you have to have an engineer draw it up. You have to submit it to the state for approval, and then you're going to bring those documents into us for a permit. So we get them, and you've already expended money, but we get it. So then our fees are our impact fee, which is actually $1762.62. But the impact fee, then you have your heated square footage. And the heated square footage is done at 25 cents per heated square foot. So if you're building 2,000 square feet, multiply that by 25 cents, and that's what you're heated. Your unheated is 15 cents per square foot of unheated space. Then you have a certificate of occupancy, which is $50. You have a technology fee, which is $20, and that technology fee helps offset the cost for our permit software. So that helps, again, not put the burden on every citizen in the county to pay for software if they're not buying permits or license. So we have the heated space, unheated space, certificate of occupancy, impact fee, technology fee. If it's in an overlay, there may be an additional fee, I think $100 for the review to make sure it meets all of that criteria. So those are the fees we charge. So that's how we get to ours. But when you're the private homeowner or you're a builder, by the time you get to us, you may have already expended several thousand, And then somewhere around, with the impact fee, somewhere around 2,500, something around that is generally what it costs. Our fees that we collect help offset our expenses of our department. Building is we help fund the general fund for that. Business license, land development, and zoning. If you're doing a code enforcement case, that's an expense on the county. That's all over. We don't collect fees for those. If you go to court and a citation is issued, that money doesn't come back to us. That goes through the court system.
So only 1762
Is the impact fee? Yes, sir.
So that only goes to the impact.
And that goes straight to the impact fee. It's not spent on anything else. It's in an earmarked buckets, and it can only be used in those earmarked buckets.
One quick question.
Yes.
To bounce off Commissioner Sanders, do we know, are our fees competitive to other counties or other places?
And that's a really good question. We're actually looking at trying to update our fee services. There's some new programs that we're looking at that as we go throughout the day, hopefully I'll remember to touch on these, but they're new programs, because I want to let you go on break. I don't want to just keep talking, but we want to answer the questions. But our fees were assessed based on the cost that it takes for the department to facilitate that. And we generally look at our neighboring areas and what their fees are. But if you are in a county, let's just take Morgan County, who may not have many permits that they issue a year, their fee may be able to be much smaller. But when we're issuing over 1,400 building permits last year, not all new residential, I got numbers for you, but 1,400 permits, our cost to facilitate that is higher than if you've only issued 200 for the whole year. So our fees are based on the cost of our services. But we do try to look at our neighbors, because sometimes people will compare that. And they have the right to compare that. I will say sometimes we follow up and find out if it's true. And I could put some in both hands. Yes, it was true, or no, it wasn't true.
So, and I know we have to work break, I'm sorry, but I just want to ask this question. So when a developer is thinking about coming to Houston County, they don't look at our impact fees compared to other places?
Okay, so, and we'll talk about our players, and I'm not using that but we have different people or different players in the thing. So sometimes a developer and a builder is used interchangeably. But generally, a developer is the one that comes in and does all the groundwork, puts in your streets, puts in your amenities package. Generally, that's your developer. Your builder is the one who comes in and gets that building permit. And I will tell you, even if most of your tract builders or I think the people that it probably impacts the most or shocks the most are the average citizen just coming in to build a house on their private property, because maybe they weren't prepared for that. But builders, they're prepared for it. They don't bat an eye. They'll give you their credit card just as quick. I mean, because they take that and turn that back into the cost of that home, and then that is then, yes. So did that help answer the question?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being so patient, and hopefully you got a lot of your questions answered, and we'll have more opportunity. I asked Judy, to afford a 15-minute break, knowing how much more he has to cover, and she said yes. So 15 minutes from now, let's reconvene. Will you pick up on zoning at that point?
Yes, ma'am. We'll go right to the next, our next module.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what time do you have?
10:39. Maybe you could.
Everyone, now we're gonna move on to our second part, and this is about our ordinances, regulations, and procedures. And for those of you who may have come in from where we began, at the beginning of the meeting, this wonderful, thick black notebook sitting on each of our commissioners and the chairman and the county manager's desk, those are the ordinances that we use within the Department of Development Services to regulate the services. So we're gonna go a little more into some of these right now, but we're certainly not gonna be able to cover that book. That is front and back. I think I've said that a couple of times, but just to let you know that, again, we are a regulatory department. All right, so tools of the trade. In order for zoning in counties to happen or municipalities, you have several layers of how you're going to get to there. One of our tools is the comprehensive plan, and we'll go over that in just a couple of minutes. The comprehensive plan is a combination of both your history, what is your character area like right now, and where do you want to go in the future. The comprehensive plan sets up the future land use map. And the future land use map is just a top layer of zoning that sits there. It doesn't have conditions of zoning. It doesn't give someone the right to develop. It just is a planning tool that says, we've seen a lot of growth in this area or that area or this area, and now we need to look at how do we want that future to grow. And so that's why we have future land use map amendments. The next tool that we have is our zoning and our rezoning. We also do conditional use permits. We do variances and special exceptions. We do conditions of zoning, and then there's just some uses in the ordinance that's allowed by right. We also do modifications. A modification is if you have passed a zoning and you put conditions on it, and we did one of these most recently for Orchard Park in Commissioner Henderson's district. Years ago, they had a plan. They wanted to develop a subdivision, and they thought, hey, back then we might need some neighborhood commercial up front. Well, the development started, houses started being built in early 2000. 2005, it was still going strong, but in 2008, things kind of went upside down. Yeah. And then when buildings started coming back to that subdivision, you had homeowners that have lived there since the early 2000s, but you had a lot of vacant lots. So when development started coming back, the homeowners that were living there, they have a very active HOA. The homeowners that were living there said, we really don't want commercial because that's going to change within our subdivision, because that might change our nature. It's not just going to be that little coffee shop that everyone in the subdivision walks up to. That means anybody driving up and down 142 has the opportunity to come in and visit. So they wanted residential. We modified the conditions that was placed on the zoning. You modified the conditions and allowed them, instead of having that commercial component, to be able to construct 8 more homes in that area. The other thing that we do is that all of these set up for our development regulations. Our development regulations tells us how are we going to build this way? How are we going to get those pieces of the infrastructure that is controlled by this department and controlled by the Board of Commissioners? The comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan, we're required to update our comprehensive plan every 5 years. We're required by the Department of Community Affairs. It used to be every 10 years. And somebody might do a 20-year plan. And it's smart for us to think further than 5 years, but it's also wise to think if you do it in smaller portions, I think that we recognize when things need to be changed and amended, rather than if we're only reviewing it every 10 or 20 years. But the BCA changed that, so now we've got to do it every 5 years. We did it in 2018. Ms. Applewhite was a big part of those public meetings, and for those of you that weren't here earlier, Commissioner Sanders raised a valid point. What about our citizens that want to be involved in the process? Well, this is where the citizens are allowed to be involved in the process. When we update the comprehensive plan, we're required by the Department of Community Affairs to hold public meetings, not one, not two. We have to hold them in local areas within each district. We have to hold them and some in the day, some in the evening. We have to give the opportunity for the citizens and their lives to be able to participate if they want to. Now, I'm going to be real honest with most of y'all. Most of our citizens, and I will say that it's encouraging to see we're a much more informed citizenry than we were before, but most of our citizens, when these exercises happen, you get maybe 5 show up here. Maybe it's just the district commissioner and all the staff that shows up. We don't tend to get a lot of public participation. And that responsibility can't rest on you. If your public doesn't come out and help explain what they want, you can't be responsible, or we can't be responsible for knowing their needs. So we do need that community engagement. And it's going to be opened up. You will have your opportunity to come to the meetings, participate. We take the data back. Then when we get ready to present it before it's adopted, it comes again to a public hearing at the Board of Commissioners. So there's a lot of public participation for this. We did it in 2018. We adopted it in 2018, which means we have to adopt the next one before June 30th, 2023. So the end of this year, in the fall, we will begin to lay out the framework and have these meetings all during the year of 2022. So we're able to bring back a comprehensive plan to this board in early 2023 and meet our planning date deadline as required by DCA. So this is, again, it seems like we just adopted one, but guess what? We get to go back through that exercise again. So the comprehensive plan, and this is taken straight from our current comprehensive plan, its purpose. The comprehensive plan serves as a planning and decision-making tool and a guide for local government officials, property owners, and community leaders on the outcomes desired to come to fruition at the end of, in this case, 20-year visioning horizon for Newton County. Based on input from the public and local stakeholders, and we'll talk about stakeholders here in a little bit too, the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee and the Newton County Board of Commissioners, the plan identifies needs and opportunities, goals and policies, land use practices, and an implementation framework for the key elements of the comprehensive plan. And like I said before, the comprehensive plan sets the stage for the future land use map. So this is the front page of our comprehensive plan. You can find it on the Department of Community Affairs website. I believe we also have a local link to the Newton County website. Again, out of all the many skills that my wonderful planner has, she helps us keep our web page up to date. If you are a citizen and you're not seeing something on that web page, please let us know. In all execution of trying to do all the duties that we have, sometimes things may be forgot to be updated, or maybe we didn't recognize there was a page over here we hardly ever go to and it has old information. So help us provide you the tools. In a kind way, please. So this is the front page. Again, you can find it on not only DCA's website, but you can find it on the Newton County website. And here's the table of contents. And for the sake of trying to shrink the meeting portion down, I wanted you to look at what all factors go into this. So chapter 1 is an introduction and an overview. Chapter 2, we do a SWOT analysis. We do needs and opportunities. Then we do, in chapter 3, we do a vision statement. What is the vision of the county? And after we've taken all this information in, what is our vision? Very similar to our strategic plan. And again, to remind everybody, we do this so we cultivate a culture of trust. We want to enhance the quality of life. We want to create a framework for strategic economic development. We want to strengthen and expand our facilities, but until we evaluate all of it, how do we know what's the thing bleeding most profusely, and what is the thing that could be the very next thing bleeding most profusely, and what are we doing right? I don't want everybody to think that we're not doing things right. We're doing a lot of things right. But sometimes when we get into growth and growing pains, we focus on what we don't have rather than what we do have. So we need to train our minds that, yes, we've got a lot more things that we need to do, but what are we doing right? And let's expand on a few of those as well. And then finally, back to the strategic plan, we want to provide for a safe and secure community. So in this, we're going to do a vision statement, and then we're going to talk about some land use. And these are character areas. And this right here is your character areas for each of the districts. And just to kind of go over what our maps are, we did this map. This is the commissioner districts. And we did these in different bold colors, hopefully. Well, kind of 3 and 5. You're both green. But we did these in bold colors so you're able to, when we talk about the future land use, or if we talk about the zoning, or we talk about a watershed, these are ways that we come to what our regulations are. So we have character areas, and these character areas have been defined for years. And these character areas may talk about the Salem overlay came out of the Salem character area. We had a lot of commercial growth. I'm so sorry, honey. We had a lot of commercial and residential growth, and things started expanding, and we said, well, okay, how do we make this development? Because you can't stop. Remember, the landowner laws favor the property rights of a landowner. So you can't stop it, but how do you temper it, and how do you get what you want? So the Salem overlay was created. The Alman overlay was created. But that took into account, there's historic districts in the Alman overlay. How do we want to improve upon those? The same way we got the Gum Creek, and Gum Creek was a lot of what the county manager was speaking to earlier. We have a lot of granite. We have a lot of creeks. I didn't bring an environmental map, but we have a lot of creeks, and those kind of things limit growth. Then you also have to think about what's been there forever. You know, down here in this particular Highway 11 preservation, you have Mansfield and Newbern, very rural. Remember earlier, our building department does building permits for them because they're a small community. They're a rural community. They don't have a lot of resources. So we want to make sure our character areas tell our story, and then our character areas, we need to look, what are the holes in that story, and what do we need to start filling in? Thank you. Got too many hands and not enough stuff going on. Okay, so the comprehensive plan.
Is this in our manual?
Yes, sir. It is actually in your the little white booklet. I've put the PowerPoints. I've also given you a handful of other information in there. As you have time, you might want to go back. One of the things that we skipped, and I do want to talk about, are how House bills and state bills and federal laws affect how we do business. But The comprehensive plan and the future land use plan, it's designed to evaluate the community and determine the needs at the time the report is done. So it's not gonna we can plan for the future in your own lives. You probably decide, hey, at this time, I'd like to retire, or at this point, I need a new car, or at this, we all plan for the future. But then things happen such as last year. I don't think there's a person in this room that could have forethought what happened to the entire world last year. So then we have to go back out, and let's say our plan said we were gonna be here last year. Well, guess what? We couldn't get there because you couldn't get there. So then we have to go back and reevaluate. Did we postpone it all? Is that need as big as what we thought it was, or do we need to take those resources and use them somewhere else because what happened made us have another vacuum with a bigger need? So again, needs assessments, needs change. Why do needs change? Because of growth. The other thing I want to kind of mention that I have noticed since I have had the opportunity to work with Newton County and to live here in Georgia. I'm originally from Anniston, Oxford, Alabama, born and raised 30-something years. And when I first moved to Newton County, it surprised me in the early 2000s, we had a lot of people moving down from the north. Maybe they were ready to retire, or maybe there were job opportunities opening up. And so they come down here, and now I want to buy a home. Well, in most of our New York, New Jersey, those areas, they have a lot of infrastructure. They've been there for years. They have sewers, and they have all the, so I buy a house, and I don't really think much about it. I pay my water bill, and all of a sudden I got a problem. What do you mean I got a septic tank? So those people didn't understand. It was teaching people, because we come from wherever. We're a culturally diverse community. Not only are we diverse from where people come out from the United States, my lovely lady assistant here, she's from Guyana. I have several people in my department from Jamaica. I have people from up north. I have Hispanics that work for us. Every one of those people come from different cultures and different ways of doing things. So we are culturally diverse, and we also have to educate our public. If I moved from somewhere, all my needs, I just called the landlord, or there was a local program put in place, and I could call them, and it just fit my need just like that. And now I moved down here. Where's that program? Why don't I have that service? Well, because that hasn't been a need up until it becomes a need. And that's why we do planning. We want to go out, we want to circle and see what's changed in our community and what do we need to work on, add to, stop doing. If our needs have changed and we don't need that anymore, then we need to start working on what do we need. The other thing, and this has come up in several meetings, and I want to use some scenarios, but I have to be very cautious because there are items that may come back in front of this board, and if you have to rule on a case, I don't want to set a stage of where you could not legitimately address something. But, so, our needs. So we have in our community, the way you grow a community is that you think everyone needs jobs, we need places to live, we need education, we need services for our senior citizens, we need services for those who aren't able to take care of themselves. I mean, that's part of every community. And there's probably a lot more that we can put on the board over there, but so there's all these needs. And when we design our community, what we've had historically in the past is we've been a solid, blue-collar, hard-working community. Nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, I would encourage this board to look at some of those trades that do get their hands dirty. I had someone last night they put their hands to the plow, so to speak. So if you're a welder, welders make big money, but they are a trade. They get their hands dirty. Electricians, they make big money. Truck drivers, they live in our community. As we grow and expand some of our industry, we have to evaluate the fact that you've got to have trucks in the community. I had someone make a comment which was very valid, and I am by no means trying to inflame anything here. I'm trying to talk to you from the heart, but, and it's not to bring up, because we all have our own opinion of things, but now that convenience centers are limited to one in each district, and if you need to go and dispose of your trash, you're going to find a way to do that. But the county didn't mandatorily make you take a service. But these new developments get built, or old developments, and now they all want to, they can't dump it for free anymore. So now they want to get a monthly service. Well, that's a dump truck. I mean, not a dump truck. That is a trash truck, a heavy trash truck on county roads in subdivisions. I had a young lady speak, and again, I can't get too far into it because we just don't know, but I had a young lady speak about the fact that her roads were being damaged. And the needs that were there because of what was happening. You know, our strong, hardworking community brings home a vehicle. And they don't think that it's a problem. Maybe they didn't realize, and a lot of ours is education. Because as you can see, that big, large book, you can't expect every citizen that moves here to know everything that goes on in that big, large book. You can't. But at the end of the day, the impact that trash truck might make on the street, we have to think about that. So the way this department can help you and the community is, do we need to evaluate what do our roads need to be? How many layers of base? How many layers of asphalt? How many layers of topping? Do we need to make stronger regulations to build meatier roads? And those are things that we can do. So I don't want to get too far off into that, but I do want to tell you that there are, as we grow, our needs change. And as our needs change, we have to find a way to provide for those needs. And you set the policy that this department regulates. So when we come to you with amendments, or a petitioner comes to you with a request, thank you. I thought I had that off, I apologize. But when someone comes to you, those are the things in your toolbox you need to evaluate. Is it, what's the benefit to the county? What's the benefit to the community? What's the benefit to the neighbor? What's the benefit to the property owner? Remember, all rules are written in favor of the property owner, so always keep that in the back of your head. And just lost my train of thought there, y'all. It happens every so often. But again, it's about those needs. So when we bring things in front of you, we need you to do the footwork. And what does that mean if I pass it? Because guess what? If you pass it, and we do our best to try to give you options and the best things that we know, but you're the one talking to the public every day. We might not know what that need is. So now we've written an ordinance, y'all passed it, we got to enforce it, and ain't nobody happy over it. So those are the kind of things that you need to be engaged anytime someone is asking you for a use of their property, or we're asking you to review and look at an amendment. We need you engaged. You know, again, we go out to the public. We don't just do these arbitrarily. But not everybody, if I've had, a few years ago my mom passed, but about 6 weeks before she passed, my mind was not on anything but what was going on in my life at that time. So every citizen goes through that. Every citizen goes through it. So maybe something gets passed at the board. Well, I didn't know anything about that. Well, but where were you during that time? You're not going to remember. That may have been, but guess what? Then the blame game starts. And we can't move forward in indecision. We have to, you set the rules, we abide by the rules, we execute the rules as fairly as possible, and then when we see our needs change, we come back to you and ask you, VRBOs, vacation rentals. It's never been a real problem for this community until recently. Now we have a lot of people wanting to travel from out of town, and we've got a lot of really beautiful, nice properties here. And so I'm a property owner. I don't think much about it. It's a vacation rental it's a vacation spot for me and my family. I live in Atlanta, but we come down there a couple of times a year and enjoy it. Hey, guess what? I can make a little money off of it. I'm going to rent it out as a VRBO. But then the next door neighbor says, well, there were 15 cars over there during the weekend. So it's never been a problem until it becomes a problem. So those are things that we have to look at and we have to evaluate. Urban chickens. Every other municipality around here, if you wanted to have a couple of female hens to produce eggs, you could do it 15 feet from your property line. Our ordinance, and you know, I apologize. I apologize. So, can somebody point me to the very last thing that I was... The chickens, urban chicks, that's not urban chicks. We just got a few free-range eggs. I just need some fresh eggs. But by our ordinance, you have to be zoned AR, which is this light green, or A, which is agricultural, just to have one chicken. Now, when these municipalities or other governments have written them, they've written them very restrictive because guess what? If I live over here and I reach out my hand and almost touch my neighbor, if I had about 5 roosters on my lot, that'd be a problem. So most of the time, the ordinance is written to restrict that causes the problem. So you wouldn't be able to have a male, a rooster. You know, he's not going to be able to walk around and do his crow in the morning. But you could have a couple of girls, and they could produce you some. So is that what we would want to consider? We get people from the 4-H or when kids are in a certain grade at school, and they go through these type of uses, and they're like, oh, we would love to have just a couple of chickens. So that's something that may come before you. I use that just as an example of different things that our community or people come and ask, or guess what, I didn't know it was a problem, and I had chickens where I was before, and now I've moved into a subdivision and I've brought my animals. So then code enforcement has to go out there. Well, we can't go out there, and if y'all don't know, chickens are social. They are very social creatures. They are, they can be somewhat like pets. Same way with pigs. Do I want a pig as a pet? No, but some people have them. So code enforcement has to go out there. Well, the first thing we have to do is we have to educate that person on what we allow and why we do or don't allow it. So part of the department is our code officers are community officers. Yes, they have, as you will find out later on today, remember the code team's going to be here. The building inspectors will be here later on to try to address questions as well. But you can't expect everyone to know, again, what's in that big binder. We have to go out and educate them. Then you have to listen to their side. And then you have to give time, you know, and then at the end of the day, if it still is a greater problem than it is a benefit, then we have to move forward with whatever means necessary to eradicate the problem. Judy? Yes, ma'am. Oh, my stars will let me get me. Okay, future land use map, because we're going to lunch on time and we're opening up for questions, I promise you. The future land use map, it's a roadmap to where we're going. It's base zoning petition to set the stage for a future use of the property. So when someone comes to you and they want to change the future land use map, all you're doing is saying whether or not you agree there are things in that area that have changed enough to either potentially allow the use, or if it doesn't look like anything's changed and you don't want what could happen. And it's not just what they tell you they may do. When you open up and change a future land use, there's more than one column of items they can do. So you want to be careful with your future land use, but this is where you become planners. This is where you're able to look. If everything around it has developed to a certain way, then denying petitions will get you challenged. Again, rights go to the property owner. We're a regulatory department. You set the rules, we regulate. Rights go to the property owner. That's not to say the citizens don't have rights. They do. Those are other rules that you come together with, and then decisions that you make. Zoning and rezoning. So zoning is about land use and what you can do on that. We have 7, a little more than 7 residential districts. We have A, which is agricultural, and again, that's your dark green over here. That's a 10-acre minimum lot size. If you want to be agricultural, 10-acre minimum. Now, there's some legal non-conforming. You may see an A property that's smaller than that. It may be legal non-conforming. AR, agricultural residential. Then you have R1, R2, and R3. Those are all the nice little yellow colors. They're all a residential zoning. There's not a lot of difference between each of them. When we bring amendments to you, we may ask y'all to combine that into one district, because there's just not enough differences for us to have 3 different districts. We're not providing anything by doing that. Then we have MSR, which is, it says mixed single family, but it's not for a mixed use. You can't do a commercial on it. Then you have mobile home parks, mobile home subdivisions, and then the topic that has really got us a lot of citizen concern, which is RMF, multifamily residential. Now, please remember that, again, there are a lot of rules we got to go by. So in multifamily, we have to make sure that we are abiding by the Fair Housing Act. We're required to provide things for that. We have to make sure that we're abiding by the American with Disabilities Act. We have to make sure that we're providing for our seniors. And that's not to say you have to approve everything that comes in front of you, but I'm saying you've got to take those things into considerations, because our decisions are also based off of what other federal and state regulations require of a community to provide. So the zoning, those are our residential. Our commercial, we have OI, which is office institutions, CN, neighborhood commercial, which are more like your coffee shops or your things you see in neighborhoods, not those intense uses like an auto body shop. That's more for a highway commercial or a general commercial. Then we also have M1 and M2, light industrial and heavy industrial. And again, remember when we go back to our tax base, if we want to provide jobs and opportunities, we have to have a certain amount of commercial and industrial development to provide for those jobs and opportunities. And then we have the use table. So, let's see, where was one of the ones in auto? Let's do auto recovery. I want to do a junkyard. I want to recover vehicles and store them on the property. Well, there's EPA regulations on that. There is obviously an impact to the next door neighbor if you did that. So where is the best place for that use to go? So we look up here on this table, and auto recovery is the top one. So the next column is about applicable standards. You have to go way over here, and you can only do it in the highest commercial zoning, M1 or M2. And then on top of that, you're gonna have to meet some additional criteria. And that additional criteria for automotive recovery, and again, we will be reviewing all of this, but if you're gonna do an auto recovery, you can establish in a district that's either adjacent or directly across the, from a residentially zoned property. Well, what are you talking about? I got a junkyard and it's been sitting next to me for 50 years. Legal non-conforming. If you walk in today and want to do an auto recovery, those are the rules that you have to go by. One of the things I didn't share earlier was in 1971, the Board of Commissioners that were in it in 1971 did their first zoning ordinance. See it? Yeah. 1971. We've obviously, as we've grown, added to that, amended, changed. But if I started something in 1971 and it was okay back then, and I've never stopped doing it, you can't change it today because they have a land use right. So those are things, sometimes we're not stuck with the bad. We can always find ways to help kind of guide them or get other things around there. Or is there other regulations we can apply that might mitigate some of the impact? There's ways to better develop or redevelop that. But again, this was 1971, the ordinance. So your zoning districts lay your foundation for what uses you can have in certain zoning districts. Other types of zoning petitions. We have what's called a conditional use permit. And a lot of times conditional use permits think that, that it's a rezoning of land. It's not a rezoning of land. It is a special permit that says, I have a home occupation and I do taxes and I'd like to do it from my house, and I can have one client come at a time. Why can't I do it at my house? Well, you can apply for a conditional use. They can come, their next door neighbors are notified, public's notified through the newspaper, and there's a sign on the property. And if they come and plead their case, and you can see where it's a reasonable request, you might want to approve it. But let's say somebody comes and they want to, I want to operate, y'all, there's so many uses, but let's say that I want to do a tax service, but I want to have 10 employees come to my house, and we're going to be able to take 10 or 15 people at a time. That's probably outside the level of being able to be a home occupation. But conditional uses don't change the zoning. It doesn't change what your base is. It just allows you a certain allowance if there is a specific one we've identified. Remember this little chart right here? You see that halfway down where it says CU? That's a conditional use. So if you wanted to do it in that zoning district, or even as like in some residential, it's a conditional use. Doesn't change your zoning, just gives you special permission. Other ones are variances and special exceptions. Now these are quasi-judicial, and I will be much quicker, Allison. Quasi-judicial. Variances say we can't fathom every shape of a property or every challenge a property may have. So let's say that you've bought a 1 acre lot and your house sits on the front of it, and we say if you want to do an accessory structure, it's got to be in the rear yard. Hey, but my rear yard goes down 30 feet. Where am I going to place my building? So that is when someone has a legitimate reason to come and ask for a variance, because if not, they could, to put in the front yard. Because if not, I can't build an accessory structure. Where am I gonna put my lawnmower? So there are times, but those are quasi-judicial, which means the BZA board acts as a judge, more or less, in the case. They aren't supposed to talk to citizens about it, because they can, either way, for or against, because it could prejudice their decision if they come into it with their mind made up. They need to be able to look at it broadly and consider the information brought forth that evening. Same way with a special exception. A special exception is in the overlay. So let's say that, it's hard to fathom a real good cul-de-sacs. So in the overlay, we say we don't want any cul-de-sacs. We want all of our roads connecting. But let's say that the development built out 10 years ago before the market crash, and it had existing infrastructure in it, and it had cul-de-sacs. Well, that might be a valid reason, instead of making them tear all the road up, tear all the water lines, tear all the sewer lines, that might be a valid reason to come in front of the Planning Commission. BZA does variances, Planning Commission does special exceptions, but that may be a reason for them to come in front of the Planning Commission and plead their case. If anybody's not happy, well, I can't say anybody, if the applicant or an aggrieved party, now, I don't want it, but I live in Arizona. Am I really aggrieved over that? Do I have a right really to tell anyone what they could, or, because property rights are for the owner, or development rights for the owner. So if a variance or special exception is denied, the applicant has 10 days to appeal it, and it comes before this board. If they don't appeal it, whatever decision was made by that BZA stays in place, or Planning Commission. If an aggrieved party, I'm the next door neighbor, and I don't care, but if you're letting them do a VRBO, we don't allow it right now, but let's say it was, and you've allowed it, and I'm having to listen to the music at all times of the night, and I'm aggrieved by this decision, then it's going to come in front of this board. So that's how those work. Modification or conditions of zoning. Those are when we look at a property and we say, all right, well, you've got a lot of residential on just your eastern property line. Well, you know, it might be a good condition. I know the ordinance, it just says you got to do 50 feet. But maybe the best thing in this case, you might need to be 100 feet off that line and push it more over to the other side where there's commercial going on. That's a special condition. A modification is to those special conditions. And the by right use of a property. This board has the right to set policy and direct staff of how much you want to hear, how many cases you want. There's some that are required by the zoning procedures laws, such as zonings and conditional uses and variances. Those are required. But some of the things we could say, well, I just want to build a shed. Well, that's a by right use. So you don't have to go to anything special. You just come in, you give us all the paperwork, you're going to meet the minimum qualifications, you can put your storage building up. But if this board said, no, we want to hear every storage building, you got the right to do that, but number one, you don't have the time to manage it, it's just unmanageable. And number two, you set yourselves up to be legally challenged, because remember, rights go to the property owner. I think I've said that enough. I hope that I'm drilling that a little bit into the head. Development regulations, and this will conclude, and then we'll open up for questions. Development regulations, and I'd like to read this, but since I don't have my glasses on, because you know it's that thing where you need them for certain things, but not for all. So, and we haven't tried those transitioning lenses. They make me feel like I've been drinking. But development regulations. Development regulations, the purpose of them, these regulations are intended to serve the following purposes. A, protect and promote the public health, safety, and general welfare. B, encourage the development of economically sound and stable communities. C, assure the provisions of required streets, utilities, and other facilities and services to new land development. D, assure the adequate protection and safe and convenient traffic access and circulation, both vehicular and pedestrian, in a new land development. E, assure the provision of needed public open spaces and building sites in new land developments through the dedication and reservation of land for recreational, educational, and other public purposes. F, provide a system for the subdividing of lands and the accurate recording of land titles. G, assure equitable review and approval for all subdivisions and site planning by providing uniform procedures and standards for land development. H, assure in general the wise development of new areas in harmony with the comprehensive plan of the community as it is now, as it now exists or may hereafter be established. And I, to ensure that new development is aesthetically pleasing and compatible with the surrounding and pre-existing development. And then right after that, what I've done is I have given you, just from our zoning applications, the different impact things that we use. Those are the standards. When we write a report or we review something, these are the standards that we use. These are in line with the zoning procedures law. And that is what we evaluate and bring to you. Now, we may not know everything. We may have a neighbor come in and say, yeah, I understand you've talked about this 100 acres, but I live back here where this is, and this is what's going on, which might change the whole idea of it. So that's why we have public hearings. Public hearings can be for very valid reasons, traffic, noise, it's going to affect the environment, such if you had a new junkyard or something like that. They can be very valid, but when this board makes a decision and a vote, you need to be voting not based off of, and I understand your citizens or who got you here, and they talk to you all the time because they all got different needs. Remember, we're culturally diverse. We come from all over. So we got different needs. But your decisions need to be based off of what impacts and what can we legally regulate one way or the other. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned something about someone lives in Arizona, they may not have agreements to what, petitioning is something that may be out there. I know in District 3 alone, we have a lot of renters. So that homeowner may live in another country, or may live in another, i.e. to the petition just received last. We have a lot of renters and homeowners that live in various countries and different parts of the United States. So they're fighting on behalf of that renter.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Look, I'm gonna give it up. I'm gonna give it up. That was a great point. Great point.
Petition.
Great
We
point.
have a lot of homes in this district that are renters and homeowners do not live in Newton County. They're paying property tax, but they do not live in this county.
And see, that was a light bulb moment, and that's very true, very, very true. A property owner has rights, a neighboring property owner has rights, the people who dwell on the property have rights, the people who dwell next to the people who live on the property have rights. So yes, that is one of the players or stakeholders.
Right.
Stakeholders is a much nicer word because, again, I'm not trying to disrespect who a stakeholder is. Thank you, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we had talked at one time about amending where we had a future land use map amendment hearing maybe twice a year instead of having it at the same time when we have zoning petitions. Did we ever change that?
We did make some change to that. We did not, good Lord, y'all. I got on big leg pants because they're supposed to be in. I'll be up there. So back to the question here. So used to, if someone wanted to construct, and look, I'll just take the bull by the horns. I want to build some apartments. So I need my future land use map changed, I need my rezoning changed, and I need a conditional use permit. So we used to run all of those at the same meeting. And the way the board stayed legal was, you voted on this first, and if it went through, you voted on this, and if it went through, you voted on the conditional use. So we did change where you can't bring this request to the same meeting you bring this request. It has to be a separate meeting. So what you're looking at is only, does that future land use request have validity? Is it something we should do? Not getting caught up in the sweetheart moment of, oh wow, we're getting all this. It's, again, not about that end use. Your planners, when it comes to this, not trying to point, but I put all fingers out there, all fingers back this way. But your planners, the same thing this young lady is trained in and does every day and has a degree in. She's a planner. That is your role at that time. Does it make sense? Am I doing something that when the next petition comes in, it's going to set up spot zoning? Or is it going to set up something we may not want? So we did change it, but we didn't limit it. We can amend our ordinance. And maybe you don't want to hear changes to your future land use, but twice a year. That stops those petitions. But now let me give you a flip side, because I don't like to play the devil's advocate, but I need to play the devil's advocate. The flip side to that is, most of the zoning petitions you hear are for commercial and industrial. So just recognize that if we slow that down to where you only come once every 6 months, that may temper other growth. So just keep that. Not to say that's a reason, but keep it. But when we do our our comprehensive plan again in 2023, remember we're going to start at the end of this year, and we're going to do it all next year in 2022. So we can do something. When we do that, we can really evaluate all of those areas, and y'all are planning at a big look at it for 5 years. And then if you want to change it, you're like, we can do a map amendment and give certain areas abilities to do things because it has changed enough, or limit other areas where maybe it doesn't make sense anymore for that kind of growth to go there. So you've got all the power. The power is yours.
The main thing, I guess, is not have them at the same meetings like they were, because you do get, I guess you get focused on.
The shiny new toy.
Yeah, you get focused on the end result as opposed to really the process that you need to get there.
Right, and then a lot of times on that, and I'll go back and talk about one other again. I told y'all we're just gonna ride this bull out today, grabbing it by the horns. There is an apartment complex that will be constructed, bearing it can get all of its development, over at the Access Road in Fairview. There's been a lot of citizen concern over that. That rezoning happened in 1988. It didn't develop in 1988. And to be quite honest, if it had, what kind of building would we be looking at now? So while I understand the concern, because again, we got a lot of other things over here that our citizens have needs for, that either development kind of thwarted, or we have been a very conservative county in our tax base as far as charging the citizens for. So there's a lot of decisions that rest on what services and what needs. But that property has the right to develop, but it hasn't developed, and now it's coming back, and yay us.
Is there something that can be put in place, an ordinance or something to put in place that they have not developed by a certain period of time, reverts back to?
Conditional uses, yes,
Okay.
but a zoning of the land, once you place that zoning, it runs with the land. So it is a legal right by them, but a conditional use, we can come back and evaluate it after 2 years, or even if it's been going and the impact is hard. That's not a by right use. You went through a petition to get it, and if you're not operating due to how the petition was written, then it can be removed.
So what is the process? I'm assuming it's a different developer that's coming back, not the same one from 1988, correct? So what is the process to where if it's a new developer, what do they have to go through to get approved to build? Even though the zoning has changed, what does that new developer have, the process for them?
Okay, so in this case, this particular one is in our Almond overlay. So there's a lot of additional criteria in the Almond overlay, but most of that is about your building aesthetics. What kind of building material is it going to be? It can't be vinyl siding. It has to be some other more enhanced building material. It has to have architectural roofs and shingles. So the Almond overlay comes into play. They can only have the density that was set by their original conditions of zoning. If the conditions of zoning hadn't set a density, they could enjoy whatever the density in our current ordinance is, which may be more, maybe less. But in this case, there was a condition put on how many could go there. They have to come in for a land development. We got to develop the land. We got to put all the infrastructure, the roads, the amenities, all of that in. And then they have to build the structure according to the latest IRC and IBC and Georgia Amendment codes are. They have to meet the current fire code, which is outside of our department. So while zoning would allow certain things to move forward, there are things that are tailored because we've changed or amended. They have to do a detention pond. If it would have built in 1988, they wouldn't have anything for water runoff. It just go as it goes. So yes, does that kind of touch on what you were asking? Okay.
I have a couple of questions, but let me just ask, for purposes of the recording, can the commissioner speak up a little bit so we can make sure it's on the record? Those are 2 questions.
Okay.
Let me get 2 more things. Okay, real quiet, real quickly. Go back to your junkyard example, the non-conforming use. If the guy buys the property next door and then he combines the 2 lots together, basically does away with the property line, that is he's still expanding the use, but he cannot follow under the grandfathering. Is that correct?
Correct. So you cannot expand a legal,
Okay.
a non-conforming legal use. You cannot expand it. So if they did buy the property and decided to make it one, he only has the right of the use of where it existed.
Right.
And actually, they only have the right of where it exists for a period of 365 days. So let's say that in 2010, my business was a little slow and I scaled it back, and we can see on aerials that it was scaled back for 3 or 4 years. Then we have the right to say you have reduced your non-conforming and therefore you can't expand now out of this new area. So there are ways to do it. I will tell you those are the hardest things that we have. We have several legal non-conforming junkyards. We do. That's one of the things that this county has a good many of. We are in the process of working through one that has not renewed its license in over a year, and they have not renewed their state license. So now we have the right to go in to shut them down, but that's a long process. And then you gotta get the property cleaned up. Did that address your?
I got one more.
Yes, sir.
This is a real issue, and you and I talked about this. You remember the 90-acre piece of property, and then they gave 2.5 acres or 2 acres to their son-in-law, carved it out of there. It didn't have anything to do with you, but environmental health required 2 permits.
Correct.
Two-
Or two land analysis for soil, so they had to pay
Two
for
perk
2
tests.
soil surveys.
2 soil surveys, 2 perk tests, which made no sense at all to me, because you required the person to go and commit trespass on the other person's property to do the test.
Yes, it is.
And I tried to tell them that, but I couldn't get that through their heads.
And I agree, and
So I
actually,
don't know if you dealt with that or not, but y'all may run into that, because outside of Newton County, there are some folks that are a little bit thick-headed about how they deal with their things.
so the Georgia Planning Act of 2011.
That's probably recorded.
Requires new
Sorry about that.
lots to come to the planning department to review to make sure it meets certain criteria. What we do in addition is that we make sure we've got the tax assessor's signature on it. We make sure environmental health, if it's a septic lot, has put a signature on it. But that's not what's required by the Georgia Planning Act.
Right.
So in cases such as that, the reason that came up is that it went upstairs to environmental health for them to review it. And they're like, no, there's another lot over there, go do soils there. So the way that we have found to legally work through that is if it is a big 100-acre tract and they cut the 2 acres out of it, we put on there a note we put an environmental health note. It doesn't have to go up and get reviewed by. We put a note on it that says, prior to the issuance of a building permit, you must get the approval of environmental health. So then the lot can legally be subdivided, be recorded at the courthouse, and then the person, when they get ready to construct, goes up and gets a permit from environmental health, and they evaluate the one new lot.
Okay.
So it's a lot of dance steps, but we have found at
Yeah.
least, because that's an agency, that's a state agency. We have no authority over them. And apparently, sometimes, because of different schools of thinking, you can't get on the same page of what's practical or what's not
Well, I couldn't make
practical.
him understand that this person is gonna have to commit trespass on the other people's property to do the test. And he's like, we don't care. And I'm like, I can't tell my client to go commit trespass.
Right, and also when Shana works through with the surveyor, they're getting ready to cut the land out, we also apprise them of the fact that they may need to have a second soil survey before they cut it out. So again, we're trying to, all we can do is inform our public, but we can't change how environmental health feels or what their regulation is or their interpretation. We did have a couple of questions. Are there any other questions from the commissioners? Yes,
I just
ma'am.
have one question. Do we have something in place where we do, I heard you speak on the VRBO, so do we have anything in place that does not allow Airbnb?
Well, the way our ordinance works right now, when I showed you that use table, if it's not in that use table, then it is considered not an allowed use. So whether the board wants to think about placing regulations, or if we want to just continue saying if it's not on the chart, it's prohibited, and then we just move through with code enforcement to make sure that it gets resolved. Now, y'all got more time than I do. I'm sure you and I'll go, and there's lots of VRBOs that are listed. But code enforcement is complaint driven, not proactive at this point. So we would not have that would be a whole mission. But if someone's living next door to a property and it is being advertised and there's a way for us to do proof that a business is being operated that's not allowed by the ordinance, we certainly would move forward. It's not that we're not willing to do it otherwise, it's just time, employees, expense, it's those kind of things. So the couple of questions that we had was, the first one is, what decides the quality of the paving on the roads? That was your question?
My question, and can I tell you the reason why I said that? Because you had mentioned about the garbage trucks and you were saying the layers, things of that sort. I didn't know about that. So I didn't know that there was different quality.
There is, yes ma'am. So we do what I want to say is a 6, 2, and 1. So you have 6 inches of base, 2 inches of asphalt, and 1 inch of the topping. That's the way, and that was changed in about 04, 05. Before then, and some of our older roads would have been less layers of base, maybe less layers of asphalt, and then the topping. So if it's new development, our ordinance sets that. If it is and this is all in review and with the help of our transportation department, because they're the ones who know. Now, a lot of our roads don't meet that because they may have been built before 2005, or they may have been not fully developed, or it could have been a private road. But if the county's going to adopt a new road, it has to meet the new standards. A lot of these subdivisions that were vacant subdivisions, these roads sat for 10 years without a lot of use on them. And then all of a sudden people come back because they're ready to construct new houses, and you get all of these trucks going in and out bringing heavy material and doing that, and you begin to see where there's road failures. Well, our ordinance sets up like, and I don't know if you were here earlier, but we have bonds that we place on developments. Well, most of the bonds is for either 80% of completion of the development or 3 years. And that is very common. It's a very common practice. But if a development went south in 2005 and had roads, and the 3 years expired in 2008, we don't have a bond any longer. The county has accepted and adopted that road. Now new development comes in, and not new development, but new builders come in. They got the road, they got the lot they want to build. And so then when the roads start failing, then that becomes yet one more thing back to the taxpayers that we've got to figure out. Okay, now we've got a subdivision that never had constituents. Now we got constituents and they're upset. But what about the constituents that live, and I'm going to point to the young lady right there in the white shirt, what about the constituents that live in a neighborhood that have been there for 18 years and their road hasn't made it to the list yet? And again, it's because of funding. And as I mentioned earlier, T-SPLOST would have been a way to have resolved a lot of this. And I'm not advocating for taxes. I'm just saying there's programs out there. But if the community doesn't want those programs, then this board has no choice but to figure out a way to provide the services or delay the services. What can we do to keep, in the future, to keep big trucks out of our community? What would be a great suggestion? All right, so one thing that we have been working really hard with, and again, this is going to be a cost, some of a cost, but it won't be as big a cost as, it's not that large a cost. We just need to figure out with the sign shop. If there are subdivision roads that perhaps maybe we want to put signage through, we definitely need to address parking on the road, and our sheriff's office can easily regulate if signs are posted no parking. But then you might also say no truck parking, or no, there are things that we can do with signage. There are there's a particular zoning case in which is going to utilize a county road that is a small road. Well, if by chance the zoning case was approved, we would limit it to being able to utilize that small historic residential road. So there are a handful of things that we can do. I don't have a big answer. I will say that perhaps we need to look at our regulations that allow for truck parking. You know, we have a couple of them over on the access road, but then at the same time, I need to ask you, as you grow your community, do you see your I-20 corridor just being a large area? I mean, we need industry, we need people with jobs. They may drive trucks, they may haul, so those are big decisions. Thank you for that question, but those are decisions really outside. We can go and look at what other places are doing, but those are big decisions eventually that comes back to this board. And this board is gonna have to decide what is the best way to regulate it. What can we do? What are our limitations? And if it's 12:07, I've run over, I'm so sorry. But I smell lunch, it smells great. If there's no other questions, I will.
So the question is, given the content that you attend this afternoon,
Yes.
take a whole hour, would you want to shorten that, or how do you want to play it?
I mean, if we want to do the whole hour, we're 10 minutes over, so I don't think 10 minutes is gonna cut much into,
To come back at 1 o'clock?
yeah, we just keep it rolling. I'll just get the rhythm,
Okay.
do a little caffeine.
All right, so you come back at 1.
Portion of our meeting is talking about growing a community and what do all of our roles play in growing that community. So we have three different, for the purpose of this exercise, we're going to say we have three different groups of stakeholders. We have the government, and we have responsibility there. Local government. We have an economic development team, and there are items that the economic development team are responsible for. And then we also have private industry or groups, and they're responsible for certain things as well. So for the government, as I've shared with you throughout the day, most of what we're responsible for, at least as far as development services and the services we provide, would be we're responsible for regulating local, state, and federal regulations, policies, and procedures. Economic development. Well, we've talked a little bit about how we had a boom of growth in the early 2000s, and then we ended up kind of hitting a standstill, a brick wall, a turn down, a bottom fell out during a period of time. And then we came back, and there's some information in there under the building permits that will tell you, and we'll get to that in the next section, but that will tell you, you will see the growth of building permits over a 10-year period, from what we issued in 2011 to what we issued year to date in 2021. So, as a government, we do have certain responsibilities to our community. And we've had a lot of economic growth. Economic growth is not the same as economic development. Economic growth means we've grown. We've got new houses. We've had some new businesses. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we've planned well for all of that. Economic development is about, again, taking your toolbox back out and looking at how you're going to plan for the future. There are things that economic development can provide, and that the government or the development services cannot. So let's say that somebody wants to build a retail space and they're going to sell grocery stores. On the development services side, we say, okay, grocery stores can go in highway commercial zoning, and they need to meet these standards. And it has to be this square feet, and if it's over this, it's got to have these fire regulations and this much parking, and we got to put some storm detention in for the runoff, and that's what we look at. So then, if it's a petition, it comes in front of you, it's in a public meeting, and everybody gets up there and they say, I don't want that. I want a Publix. We, as a land use, do not determine who that end user is. We determine if that use is appropriate on the piece of property. Now, your economic development team, who is a branch, but they're an extension of, they have a lot more authority, and I was hoping that perhaps one of our economic development team members might be here, because I certainly don't want, I'm not an authority in what they do, but I'm just trying to explain how the process works. But in economic development, they're gonna be going out and they're like, okay, well, our team has told us that we would really like to try to woo a Publix in here. So they're gonna go and they've got their little tools in their toolbox. What makes our community desirable to be built in? We've got an interstate running through us. That makes us a very good place for development to come because you've got vehicles going up and down the road. We're not far outside of the metro Atlanta area that offers a lot more concert venues and high-end restaurants and different types of zoos and aquariums and things such as that. So as a citizen, I want to live over here because I like my life to be a little more laid back, but I want to be close to what I want to go and do when I want to go have some entertainment. So that's another reason that we're a desirable community for people to live in and to develop in, is we're very close to the interstate, we're close to the metro Atlanta area where there's lots of services provided, we're even close to the Atlanta airport. So if somebody wants to come in, I think that Commissioner Sanders certainly made a very valid point earlier that somebody, when I mentioned my Arizona person, well, let's say that Arizona person's coming down because they want to come see their family. Well, this makes it a very easy place for them to get to. They fly into the airport, they travel 30 to 45 minutes, and they're right here. Well, not only does it make it great for that person, but it also makes it great for a lot of these larger industries because they may have their corporate office somewhere else, like Bridgestone, or Takata, or Facebook. And even our local airport has gained a lot of, and there comes my help if I need any in economic development. And she's leaving. So our community is positioned such in the state of Georgia, we have a lot of raw land here. Now, we talked briefly earlier about the fact that some people want to move here because they like a little more of a ruralness. We have organically grown. We've organically grown. When Metro Atlanta was developing over the years, it first expanded north and south. And then after it expanded north and south, it did go for the first part back west toward Alabama because it knew that I needed a good I-20 to get over from Georgia. But it went west. Now it's coming east. And I will mention this, but I say this kind of as a ha-ha moment. 20 years ago, at the board meetings, a lot of people would come up and say, we don't want to be like that Metro Atlanta area. We don't want to be like that. You just dragging it on down here. We don't want to be like that. Well, now, some of our neighbors more to our east and our south that do not have this development, they're like, oh, we don't want to be like Newton County. They're just growing, they're just busting at the seams. We don't want to be like that. So, it's all perception. It's all about what the organic growth is coming. You cannot stop organic growth. You can temper it. You can put parameters around it. You can create opportunities to get the best growth that you can get, but you're not going to stop economic growth. And that's where economic development comes in, because they are that vehicle that goes out and says, well, our community, we've got some tech industry, we have some pharmaceutical industry, we have some food industry, we've got, and I'm even counting things that are within the city limits, but you've got like General Mills, you've got Lidl now that's coming, which will be a warehouse distribution for the grocery store. So you have all of these in your community. We have a big film industry that has decided not only from a private perspective, we give film permits all the time out, but you also have a studio that has developed and has found that this is where they would like to locate. So you take all those things. We've got a campus, a college campus out on the east side that is prime for further development, further exploration. You know, we were talking earlier about trades. Welders make good money. Electricians make good money. Are we offering those kind of educational programs here? So our citizens, a lot of times, and I hear it, he's actually stepped out, but I hear a very valid point come from Commissioner Henderson. Why aren't our people getting the jobs? Why aren't our people? Why aren't they? Well, you've got to have the qualifications to get the jobs. You have to provide the educational opportunities locally to be able to get the people to where they need so they can apply for the jobs. And if you're trying to woo in, solicit, whatever you want to call it, other people that have those high-end, let's say that if our medical facilities expanded or hospital in the future and we became the primary for cardiovascular, well, then you have to have things in your community. If you don't want to be a bedroom community, you have to have things in your community to provide jobs, but you also have to have the correct kind of bedrooms that the people who have those jobs want to come here and live. And it's not just the bedrooms, it's parks, it's recreation, it is services, it is retail, it is dining. And again, that goes back to your economic development team can woo a certain type of industry, business, retail, those kind of things. But once it gets to our doors, what we look at in the Development Services Department is how big is it? Is it appropriate zoning district for it? Does it have the right buffers? Are we impacting anything that that needs to be mitigated? Do we have enough parking? Is the road system where they're wanting to go? Is it in a place in which it can support the capacity of the use? That's what we look at. Again, we just regulate. We can't say, well, I don't want another dollar type store here. I will tell you, these companies, they do their market research. They find a niche, they find a community in which they can build their product, and I will use this as an example. I think one of the largest controversial zonings that has happened in my tenure here with the county was when Walmart wanted to go in over on Salem Road. And you would have thought that Walmart was the devil walking in. We don't want that development, but I would challenge anyone now, and I used to joke about wanting to be a fly on the wall just to see how many people that were so adamant about it, to see how quick they went in when it went up. But what we were able to do when the Walmart came in, because at that time, that part of that intersection at Brown Bridge and Salem Road was rather rural. Now, there was a Publix there before the Walmart came in. There was several little service stations right there. I believe the McDonald's was there at that time. But what we were able to do on a zoning petition was we set the stage. Walmart came in, they had to build their building because we're setting a character area where it matched the brick at the Publix across the road. When the Walgreens came and when the CVS came, they had to do the same mirroring. Then there were 5 out parcels, and I got some news, so y'all listen up. There's 5 out parcels at Walmart, so they've got that little internal drive that serves them, and they've got a red light. We made them put red lights up. You got to control the traffic. So then we had our first business that came was Wendy's. And Wendy's went in and built. And that came in 2015, I think. It hasn't been there that long. And it had to meet the Salem overlay, not only the conditions that were put on Walmart, because Walmart built before the overlay, but then you have to have the same kind of bricking. You have to have things that when you come into that area, we've set a character. Then the next thing that went up, and I think it may have been the Zaxby's before the Murphy's Oil, but if y'all look at that little Murphy's Oil station there, the little gasoline station, it's a tight-looking little building. It's got a little fake-looking brick pattern on it that looks like it had windows because the ordinance required fenestration. And fenestration is a big word pretty much for actual openings indoors, but we also have where they could do faux fenestration so we can get that good look. You can't put a window in where your coolers are, but we can make it look like there used to be a window and we bricked it up. So that came. So there was 4 out parcels and Walmart. So we got Wendy's, we got Zaxby's, we got the Murphy's Oil Station. So now I'm gonna drop a little nugget with you. Couple of weeks ago, we got plans turned in. And a lot of times we talk to people, but until they submit an application, we don't want to make any kind of an announcement. All I can say is you better love that chicken from Popeyes, because we have a Popeyes coming. Popeyes coming. In between the Wendy's. But even on top of that, so then we had across the road on Brown Bridge, we've had the existing tire shop, Goodyear, that's been there for some time. Nice brick building, again, keeping that theme. Then we were able to attract in Chick-fil-A, and then you had Taco Bell. And I know I'm rattling off a lot of fast food restaurants, but understand that's how you have to start the domino. They're high-end buildings. They look super nice. We were able to, just in a verbal conversation with Wendy's, get them to put that outdoor area and seating. They didn't have to, but we told them how important it was for that community to be a walking community. And we wanted them to be able to be outside and enjoy. And they heard what we said, and they put it into their plans. Now we have, which the date of opening is as much a guess to me as it is to each of y'all, but we do have a very nice car wash that, again, if you look at that building, it was built to the overlay standards. And I did get a call from the builder during the process, and he said, would it be okay if we put an aluminum roll-up door on the front? Because, you know, we just can't get this other door in. No, sir, you cannot unless you go back in front of the planning commission for one of those special exceptions we talked about, and then you've got to prove why you can't put that nice glass door up. Guess what's on that building right now? That nice glass door.
That's right.
So there are a lot of things that we can do that will create buildings that have longer lifespans. Can be, if all of you've been up and down 278, and I know this is in the city of Covington, but they were able to take where that existing Chick-fil-A building was, and they have completely now remodified that for a Starbucks. So again, the base, the core, the structure was good, and all they did was come back in and repurpose it. So that is what we're trying to do as well. Things are going to come and go. That's just the nature of how business is. One day you're in, the next day you may not be. And some of them, like McDonald's, are going to stay here for 100 years plus. But again, we can't control if it's McDonald's, my department. If it's McDonald's, or if it's Wendy's, or if it's Chipotle, what we control is the size of the building, some building materials, and we'll get into that because I know there's been a lot of interest and I want to open up that opportunity for you. But again, we control the use of the land this way and this way. But once you go in that business, that is something we are not able to say yes or no to. We can't make a decision just because, unless it is a use that is harsh or not desirable in our area. Those are the things that we set parameters on, require public hearings, or require very strict requirements that if you're gonna do it, it's gonna be a very specific area you would be able to do that in. So our economic development, so that's what the government's responsible for. Now we have a lot of things that that the government overall, such as someone brought up about our roads. Yes, we have a road department of transportation. We have to keep managing our roads. But this department, we're responsible for those new roads. And that will at some point then be added to the inventory of what the county, the transportation department manages. So we do that infrastructure. We're not Newton County Water and Sewerage Authority. We're not City of Covington's Water or Sewer Department, which we have areas that are served by both of those. And we have several EMCs and power companies. What our ordinance does is that it says if you're within so many feet of a public utility, such as water utility, or water or sewer, you have to pull that utility down to your site and throughout your development. We get a lot of our fire hydrants are added because there may be sporadic areas, and when development comes, that's one of the first things they assess. Do they need a new fire hydrant? If it is a building of a certain size, do we need to put sprinkler systems in it now? Again, this goes back because we have a good fire department that can manage a fire, but how are we going to manage a burned building that may have been underinsured, and to get that property cleaned up and viable and back on the market with some kind of good use in it? And then the private industry. Private industry is our stakeholders. They're our development community. And I think I was talking privately or just in a one-on-one conversation earlier, but our constituents have needs, their voices need to be heard, but in the execution of your duties, it's also important to hear from the developer's side, from the builder's side, and this is when we're writing our ordinances. From the, if we make changes that completely box out a good developer from coming, doesn't mean we're going to stop development. We just may not like the development we get. So we have to be very open-minded to every stakeholder when we talk about developing our community. But the private industry also does a lot of other things. The private industry can partner with our chamber and do some job training. They can partner with colleges and get certain things. The private industry is a force in itself. Let's talk about residential. A private HOA has more power than the code enforcement department has. As a homeowners association, there's also a thing called a property owners association. And a property owners association has a little more teeth than even an HOA, and it can be expanded to other, non-residential properties as well. But those people, there's several House bills and several information that we weren't able to cover, but it's in your little white notebook. So there were some House bills that came through in 2017, and at that time, I think it was SB 2, State Bill 2. And what they wanted was to fast track permits, because some people, lobbyists or developers or however, had went to the state legislation and they had said, Man, it has taken me 6 months to get my building permit. And some of that was found to be true. Or it is, I can't do this because, or the wood ban. They don't want us to construct anymore with wood. So then the wood industry, it's a big business. They go to the state legislation and they pass down rules that says you can't ban wood construction, local governments. We're going to tie your hands. So back to State Bill 2. State Bill 2 said we want to fast track permits. We're tired of all this. We need these permits issued in a timely fashion. Well, it failed in 2017 or 18. It came back in 2019 and it failed again. And last year they passed a bill. It was amended, it was fought over, but it didn't go away. They passed a bill last year that gives my department 5 days to issue a building permit. Now, mind you, our building permits are coming in at $1,400 a year. So on top of all the other job duties that we have, now we've got to push other things away, look at those permits first and foremost, get that information back out there to that or the applicant if it's not correct, and we have to have all of this resolved within 5 days, so either we issue the permit or they're notified that we need more information to issue the permit. We have no control over that. Now, was Newton County the reason that this state bill was passed, or a House bill was passed? No, it's House Bill 493, but anyway, I've got the information in there. Were we the reason? No. It was some other government. But what happens is, and that's why I caution you, when we look at new rules and regulations, we're certainly willing to do whatever this board, y'all are telling us what you want to happen. But if we put something in place that seems to be government overreaching, then there's going to be lobbyists, and we're going to be the next state bill, House bill, or so we have to be very prudent and wise in what we choose to pass regulations above and beyond base regulations. Right now, and I'm going to go ahead and transition because both my building inspectors have come in here. I want to go ahead and transition into the building, and then we will certainly take the break at the appropriate time. But this was a very short, I'm going to go over this, but I want to transition into the building because I think this is a very great time to talk about building requirements and building materials. And there's some legislation right now out that where in our overlays we prohibit certain materials such as vinyl. We've prohibited the vinyl. We also require certain building materials such as brick, stone, stucco, cementous siding board, those kind of things. But there's other state legislation out there right now that would take that ability away from the local government. And you could have a subdivision that you have a $750,000 home, and you can build a Butler building. How many people know what a Butler building is? Then little metal buildings, and everybody wants to convert them into a house. Now, what is that going to do? So, government's hands tied. Who can control that? If you got an HOA, if you have a POA, they can control their communities a lot further and a lot stricter because that's civil. We're the government. We set rules. And remember, who's the rules in favor of? The property owner. Yes. Yes. So, yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Are there ways to put in ordinances or whatever it may be to where we can require in our county for builders to not utilize cheap materials? That's the issues that we're having, especially in District 3, that the materials are utilized something that we put in place that we as the county are looking at our consumers and our stakeholders to make sure they're getting quality materials for their homes. So these buildings are not utilizing materials that later on is gonna be cost effective, not cost effective, but costly to the home.
And I do believe that there are, if we can base it off of life safety, structure stability, if we can base these off of fundamental stuff, not just because, oh, well, that looks prettier than that. I really caution us from staying away from those items that are very interpretive. You know, so yes, and we have been looking into some of the, because building is so large right now throughout the entire United States, and because of COVID having a ripple effect of production of materials, you've got a lot of businesses out there that are very innovative. And one of the things that we have run up against in the building department is alternative building materials. Well, my staff brought in some pictures one day, and they're like, I want you to look at this. And it literally looked like it was aluminum foil wrapping a house. And what it was, and guys help me if it's like a cardboard. And I'm sorry, let me go ahead and introduce my two building inspectors right here. Sitting closest to me is Mr. Almond Knight, and sitting to his right is Mr. Bobby Cohen. And we do have one other building position. It is being advertised right now, so it is a vacant. But so Bobby, go ahead if you would and kind of tell us what that material was kind of made out of.
The name of it is Dryline. It's like a cardboard, aluminum looking material. In some cases, I mean, it does meet code, it's a new product. But we had to dig a little deeper to ensure that it should meet the quality that we want here in Newton County. And I think at some point it did go forward. But
There were some that we did not have in the way our current permits and administrative procedures, our building ordinance. Our building ordinance pretty much points us back to the DCA website. And we don't have any additional criteria other than what is accepted for the Department of Community Affairs for all of Georgia. We did have some homes, we did make them give engineer reports. Those are ways that as a government, we put that liability back on that private builder, private engineer that said this is structurally sound. There's a lot of ins and outs. There's a nail pattern. You have to, it is an accepted building material. But that is one of the items that we may want to look further into, because if it's just now coming out and it's just now a product, what is the 10-year look at it? What is the 20-year lifespan of it? What is the further? We don't have that data because we're not 10 years from that. So I do agree there are a lot of things that we can, but then there will be also things that we'll give as options, but staff may also encourage you to really search as to whether or not you want to enforce this. We go to zoning administrators called GAZA, Georgia's Association of Zoning Administrators. But that is a class that we go to that gives legal and legislative updates. And they talk a lot about, we have classes on how to run your building department, conditions of zoning, and is it fair, what court cases has been challenged. And I will be very honest, I operate the department to try to keep us as legal as I possibly can. Because the last thing we want to be is the topic of conversation when you sit down in one of these legal legislative updates, and all of a sudden, because it's not that it's not a great idea, and it's not that it's not but do we have the authority overall to be able to do that? We're not a HOA, We're not a POA. It's not a civil matter. It is, we're the government and we're setting a minimum code of what we expect the buildings to be built to. Did that answer something? All right, so in land development, who's your community? Like I said, you have your development community, and that's your developer, your end user, and then you got rules and regulations. You have a building community, which is your builder, and then the consumer, whether it's a homeowner or a building owner of a non-residential, and you have the rules and regulations, and I kind of touched on a couple of the House bills. Another House bill that's in there is that the state of Georgia updated timber harvesting and the requirements of, and we have a lot of timber land here in our county. A lot of it is under a protective farming or agricultural use, and some of it is just because properties are positioned well but just haven't developed yet, and so every so often they'll go in and they'll timber it. Now, mind you, all we can do is issue a free permit. All we're doing is kind of just regulating. We're not telling them, yes, you can, or no, you can't. We give them the timber permit. We get to collect, is it a $5,000 bond, Shana? We get to collect a maximum of $5,000 in case they damage our roads. Now, I don't work in transportation, but I can't imagine if a real damage to a road from a log company happened, $5,000 could do really much anything to fix but that's what the state says. That's all we can do. So that's another type of House bill or state bill, and we have to follow those rules and regulations. And then we have the business community. And in the business community, you have a landowner, a business owner, and then you have employees. And we have three kinds of employees. Local, I live in the big city of Porterdale, and I travel maybe 4 miles to work every day. So I live locally, I spend my money locally, I invest locally, pay my taxes locally. But then you have people who travel into work, and that we kind of touched on that a little earlier too. You have people that either their skill set, we don't have that skill set living in our community yet, so it can't be just a job for hours. Maybe they have to, or perhaps maybe they are married and one spouse works in a whole other area and they found a community that's in between. So we have a lot of people traveling to our community for jobs every day. We also have a lot of people traveling out of our community for jobs every day. And then we have temporary. So when you're doing big construction sites, like Facebook, Lidl, Three Ring Studios, you have a lot of construction people here. And I will say, I know for a fact that our Facebook family hires mostly local electricians and plumbers, and they really utilize as much of the workforce from our community as they can. But these are temporary workers. When the work goes, once it's built and constructed, then that temporary worker goes to wherever the next. Another temporary thing is if I'm filming a movie down here. I'm Dolly and I got my many colors. And so I'm only going to need to be here 6 months or maybe a year, or I'm filming a series and maybe it's going to be over with over a certain amount of time. And I want to tie that back into our housing inventory. I know there's been a lot of questions and concerns, rightfully so, from the community about what type of new homes, new type of housing units we may get. Well, if you have someone who, Dolly Parton, let's say, that's visiting our community, and maybe would like to just pick up a nice rental here in a nice area, but she doesn't need to own it. She doesn't need to stay here forever. Well, if we don't have a housing inventory here that allows for renters, then where are they gonna live? So, I mean, again, I just encourage you to look at the broad picture, look at all of your stakeholders. And if they can't stay here, guess what? Well, then I'm gonna go up the road where there may be some of that, and guess where all my money's gonna get spent? We're taking the dollars out of here. So again, I just kind of want to, we regulate, you set the rules for us to regulate, we regulate your rules as well as any others that are imposed on us to regulate. Economic development can drive certain types of industries and certain types of retail and certain types of businesses. They're kind of at an arm's length from what the regulatory side of it. And then you have your private industry. And a lot of times when you do have your private industries come in, they will invest in your community. They will start, and sometimes we may not realize all of the programs that they do, but I know that just on the outside looking in, they'll do scholarships, or they'll donate so much to the chamber so they can run an RSAT program or a training program or they'll hold job. I saw some job career, not convention, but they're having I'm sorry?
Job fair?
Yes, sir, thank you. It's a job fair. We have fairs here. But a job fair, and that's something that the local industry can help with. So recognizing the different stakeholders or players, as I have called them, and that every one of them have an important role in our overall health and productivity of our community. And do we have any questions? I told you this one would be short and sweet. But do we have any questions before I'm at 1:44, I'm doing, I was supposed to move to regulatory. Okay, we'll move to regulatory next. But do we have any questions before I move on? Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to speak about the Salem overlay, and talk about the new, the car wash and the Walmart house. And I assume the Salem overlay means the aesthetics of the buildings that are coming, they have to meet certain standards. And so that Brownford Salem Road is my heart. That's where I'm concentrating on, because that's where I live. The issue that I'm having when you say you attracted the Walgreens and the CVS and the boosters that have the aesthetics for the overlay, I have been having trouble in speaking with the executives of Walgreens, CVS, and Goodyear about the conditions of their properties. Okay, I told them since Chick-fil-A has come in, they are the standard. Taco Bell does wonderful with their landscaping and the outside and keeping it in that level. Walgreens, not so much. CVS, not at all. And when I spoke to the executives and even the landscapers that handle this property, they said the level of service that they give these properties are on the lower end. And you know why? Because they consider Newton County a level county, not like a level county like a Gwinnett, like a Johns Creek, like Alpharetta. So basically, they're saying they think Newton County is trash. They're not going to even treat the grass with chemicals, so the weeds won't pop up, and they won't even trim the shrubs or anything. I have been calling Georgia DOT and our public service works to get that intersection clean and just swept, and the curbs on the outside is so much debris. I finally got in touch with our District 2 DOT, and they started last Monday cleaning from Brownridge Road all the way down 162 to the county line and coming up the other. That hasn't been done in over 15 years. And I'm like, who is in charge of it? So my question was, you're putting these ordinances, overlay places to have a certain level. However, no one's holding these industries and these companies accountable to keep the properties to that level. And also about the building inspectors, basically how many building inspectors or whatever qualifications. That's my second question.
Okay, so to kind of touch a little bit, you've mentioned several things in your statement that code enforcement can handle. Even if you're a commercial business, you still have to keep your property upkept. So while I commend you, and I'm very grateful because I'm telling you, it takes a village. It doesn't just take elected officials or staff workers or it takes everyone working toward it. So I want to commend you on grabbing that bull and taking it by the horn and taking your complaint to the people who are causing the issue. I appreciate that. However, we can help with that. We can help with if they have, whether it's their trash or not, if it's over at McDonald's and it's a bag from Taco Bell and it's sitting on the McDonald's property, McDonald's is responsible for getting that bag out. So we can certainly help you with that, but I want to also encourage you and anyone else, keep doing that footwork. Because then when we place a call to that company, because this is the other thing, we have to, and we'll get into code enforcement later, but when we go out and do a code violation or even a building, we go out and there's a certain standard that we have to look for. If it's not there, we may have to serve notice. That notice has to be for a certain period of time, anywhere from 10 days to 30 days. Then when you go out, if they've made some improvement, you may extend it a little bit longer, because our goal is not to wait until we can finally get it under citation and get it to court. That's not the goal. The goal is compliance. And again, we're community officers. And so we don't want every time that we're coming out there, the manager of the CVS runs and hides because he doesn't want to accept a citation. But we can certainly help you with that.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on to the next, oops, did I not do building I'm so sorry, I may have had the number wrong. But I don't know that Bobby and Alden want to speak about code enforcement. Yes. Okay, while he is getting our PowerPoint ready for us. So under again, we're a regulatory department, and under building permits, we abide by certain building codes. Oh wait, let's go over our annual permits, because this is good information here. So over the last 10 years, and mind you, in 2021, that's only through the 24th of March. That's obviously not a whole year captured. But in 2011, we did 25 new residential permits, 24 different types of commercial, whether it was a new building, an addition, or a accessory or a remodel. And overall, all the permits that we did 477 10 years ago. This year, we're 3 months in. We've already issued 316 new residential permits. We've already issued 11 commercial, some type of commercial, and we've issued 530, whether it's a plumbing permit or a pool permit or a sign permit. So we have already done in 3 months more than what they did an entire year in 2011. So as you can see, the numbers coming up, we've continued to grow. We've continued to grow. So now all of that growth brings in new needs assessment. Now is what we have in place, and are we going to be able to meet the needs of the community? Which I think that is what we've heard clearly from the stakeholders, the citizen stakeholders. So you guys have have a big job, not a tough job, but you have a big job in front of you. You know, you have to listen, but then you have to also apply the reason of what we do and why we do it, and then learn other avenues that may help that stakeholder still get their needs met if the government's not able to meet that need. So what are our building codes? In Chapter 10 of the Buildings and Building Regulations, aka Permits and Administrative Procedures Ordinance, from our code of ordinances, Newton County has adopted a set of regulations to help guide how we facilitate our permits and procedures. In Section 10-1, the purpose and scope, the purpose of this chapter is to provide for the administration and enforcement of the state minimum standard codes for construction as adopted and amended by the State Department of Community Affairs. Hereinafter, the state minimum standard codes for construction shall be referred to as the construction codes. So that's what I said. At this point, we have adopted all of the state's codes, and that's what we apply. We are looking into others. That amendment would have to come before this board for review and approval. So we will be moving through those as we've been asked to. So here are mandatory codes: International Building Code, International Residential Code for 1 and 2 family dwellings, International Fire Code, Plumbing Code, Mechanical Code, Fuel Gas Code, National Electric Code, National Energy Conservation Code, and International Swimming Pool and Spa Code. And then this just goes down to say all of those codes, but this is the year of the edition that we follow. Now, if we issued a building permit last year, it would go by the codes that were in place last year until it finalized. If we issue a building permit this year, this is the codes that it has to go by. We have very few that would have been before that, but in 2018 they did in 2020 we adopted the 2018 codes. So there was a major overhaul in 2020 of what we regulated prior to that to what we now regulate. Permits, inspections, and notifications. Why do I need a permit? Well, mostly for life safety, but also to make sure that you're not building a structure in an area that can impact other, such as your streams or really close to a property line, those kind of things. Do I need a permit? I would encourage anyone in the unincorporated area of Newton County, if you're wanting to buy a tough and tidy shed, it's prefabricated, I ain't building it. Why do I need a building permit? Well, because again, location, making sure that did you place it on the ground or did you place it on some cinder blocks that may fall over and you may be in it and you may get hurt. Or you may have built something that's not up to code. Someone gets hurt and we have to send the fire department in or the police department, and now we're sending them into an area that may not be safe. So any person wanting to erect anything on their property, if you don't need the permit, we'll tell you where the placement's supposed to be and that you don't need. I'd get it in writing, because a lot of people say what we say, I'd get it in writing. But if you do need a permit, then you're following the correct procedure. Types of permit cards. We have lots of different building permit cards that we issue. Thank you. So if your neighbor is building a new home, a lot of times y'all see the little boxes. Well, this is usually what's inside that box. That's the building permit card. And it will have the permit number on it, it will have the address, it will have a 24-hour emergency contact. And so if there's something going on and you're living next door to one of these, try this first. If you can't get satisfaction, certainly call our department because we can get you some information and we can get in touch with them. Let's say I'm just wanting to, we do clearing and grubbing, but most people don't want to clear and grub. Clear and grub means I'm going to take a few trees out, but I'm just going to cut them at the bottom of the root, and then I'm going to Guys, help me out. What do you do when they stop grind? Thank you. So most people don't want to do that because they don't want to leave their yards looking messy. I want to clear it. So then you have to have a clearing permit to do that. Anytime you are flipping dirt in Newton County, you need to find out is it landscaping or is it more than landscaping? If it's landscaping and it's 2 acres, that's a lot of upturned dirt, because the department also has to make sure you're not dragging dirt back out onto a local, county, city, or state road. Because if someone reports Newton County to the EPD, our permit or inspections or our dirt NPDES program, then we have to justify, did we know the violation was there? Did we do anything about the violation? See, it's not just, sometimes when we go out because we are charged with regulating what is out there. And a lot of people usually aren't happy if they're not doing, if they're in trouble, people generally aren't happy. So a lot of times on construction sites, you'll see one of these. This is a warning sign. If we see something that doesn't rise to the level of shutting it down, but we need you to get it under control, we're going to post you a warning. Most of the time, it's a 72-hour notice. The other thing is, stop work. Let me tell you a little thing that happened in the subdivision that we have going on right now. We have a subdivision over in the enclave, Lakeview Estates, and they have a very active HOA. They have a wonderful HOA president who does her best to get things in order long before she calls our department. But they were having a problem with some new homes being built over there. Not the homes themselves, but the fact that the builders, when they left every day, they were leaving a big dumpster in the middle of the road, parking in the middle, not in the middle of the road, but to the side, still blocking the road. They were leaving pieces of wood that had nails on them. They were leaving all kinds of trash, and we won't talk about how many Modelos were out there, but apparently it's a good time building. So we sent our department out there to evaluate what was going on. And we found that there were lots of places where dirt was being flipped, but there was no silt fence, which is that black little netting fence you guys see, to prevent the dirt from running off onto, and look, this neighborhood, now half of it's being built. We got neighbors that lived there since 2004 through 2005. Now they're in the middle of what seems to be a war zone because we've got builders who don't want to play by the rules. So we went out there. I send my heavies over here. Good job.
That's right.
So we sent them out there, and of course you get a lot of communication. And again, we've got on the previous slide, there are a lot of stakeholders here. So you have usually a superintendent that's over the subdivision, but then they've got people working for them. And sometimes the superintendent may or may not be coming back to that subdivision on a daily basis. So we have to listen to that if that person isn't in there, because again, our goal is compliance. So in this particular case, that wasn't the case. We just, the HOA lady was able to share how kind, and I mean that in a very tongue-in-cheek way, this builder was acting with her. So we go in, we find lots of violations, and how many lots do you think we put a stop work order up on?
About 20 to 25.
About 20 to 25 lots. We shut that subdivision down until they came into compliance. Now, they had 2 finals. They had 2 houses, was ready to close them. I built them, I'm ready to close. Give me my final, give me my power, give me my certificate of occupancy. I had the superintendent, of course, called very apologetic after we shut him down. But I need these COs. Sorry, you gotta get into compliance. Next day he'd call, but I need these COs. You gotta get into compliance. The weekend happened. I think it was either Monday or Tuesday. This subdivision, all they could do was fix the problems. They couldn't continue working. Senior worker sign. As a matter of fact, he had garage doors found on 2 houses. Guess what he got? A citation. Working through one of these. We don't play. Now, because we have a community there that is saying this isn't right. So understand that when we go out, we do it to the best of our ability to address the situation and get the situation back into control. Types of inspections, we do everything. The very first inspection we're going to do is going to be a dirt inspection. We want to make sure the silt fence is up. We want to make sure the lot's in order before they go in there and start building. The first inspection on the lot inspection is usually the one thing that slows them down the entire process. Because as soon as they flip the dirt and they move on, then people coming in, I got a van that's putting in the HVAC, and I drive up into that driveway and I get over into the mud a little bit because I'm off the gravel. Now I'm going to drive back out. Now we got mud in the road. So again, this is a constant. We do plumbing in the slabs, we do footing inspections, basement inspections, we do framing inspections, rough electrical, we do insulation, we look at the house wrap to make sure. Years ago you didn't have to wrap a house. But now, after some of the homes that were built so long and they're finding they're getting mold and they're getting things that are coming down, now we do a house wrap inspection. We do a blower door test to make sure it's energy efficient, so when that door is placed in there and sealed, in my grandmother's house, her door, God love her, it was probably about that much higher than the base. And you got anywhere near it, or you put a rug up against it, or you would do. Houses today can't be built like that. New codes, new regulations. And then we do final inspections, and that's what everybody loves. They want that end result. And a lot of times we get where I can't speak to the ethics or lack thereof of people who are selling a product. We've got I know a lot of great real estate people. They're great, great, great real estate people. We also have real estate people that want that sale. They're so hungry for that sale that they'll tell you anything. Silver Ridge subdivision is a subdivision that it appears from the builder and the real estate got snookered. Silver Ridge subdivision is in the Almond overlay, and they're required to have some kind of amenity. Well, our ordinance, which is one of the reasons we've had our moratorium, our ordinance is very soft in what that amenity could be. And it could be a walking trail. And you have to have an ADA component, because remember, there are a lot of people here that we got to. So you got to have an ADA component. But so the builder, because it was going to be a good financial piece for him to do a walking trail, chose to do that. Well, as these homes were being sold, and the reason why I feel this did happen is that I got it from more than 3 sources. They were told that they were going to get a pool, they were going to get some, tennis courts, they were going to get all this. And so then when time came to pass the baton to the HOA comes to us, we don't want this walking trail. What are you doing giving us this walking trail? That's what was approved on the plans. Well, we were told it was going to be this. I'm sorry, I can't make them do more than what was approved on the plan. So that's one of those when we talk about creating a culture of trust for a very long time, and possibly even in some of the members' minds that live in that subdivision. They feel the county failed them. But we had no power of controlling that. So, little tidbit of scenario. I'm gonna ask if Almond and, Bobby would come up here. I do wanna open it up to commissioner questions first. And then if the audience has any questions, if we would follow our process of writing them down, and then we'll ask that question, there. Thank you. Oh, put up another little, yes, another Barbie cat.
You all have enough fire.
See why I send them out to subdivisions when we need to talk to somebody.
Good idea.
Okay, do we have some questions from our commissioners? Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's very often you see where people keep big bags of trash and just throw it on the side of the road. And I noticed it's happening all over town, especially if we are somewhat deal with sort of recycling center, convenience center. So how many, have we counted violators? And if we do, what do we tell them what to write?
Okay, we're in building right now. I'll touch to that because it's a valid question, and that again is one of those questions we get asked over and over. So a lot of times people will call the code or call the development services department, and what they tell us is, we need you to go out there and pick up the trash that's thrown up and down the highway. Well, what our code enforcement office actually does is, if it is an illegal dumping, and we do have dumping of tires, there's no name associated with the tire. If it's in the right of way, we put it on a work order for Public Works to be able to go out and pick it up. If it's on private property, the way the laws are written, it's the responsibility of that landowner, even if they were violated against, if we have no one to hold accountable. Same way with bags of trash. If someone threw out their McDonald's bag and it didn't have their name in it, where we could investigate and find it, that's just roadside litter. But if somebody throws out large bags of trash, and my code officers, and they'll tell you that when they get here, they go out with proper PPE, but they go out, have to open these bags of trash. They have to sift through that trash to see if they can find a name, a letter, or something on something. If we can, that's an automatic citation. There are limitations as well in doing that. If it's in the right of way, generally we will encourage them to go pick it up. It's in the public right of way. If it's on private property, then we really do not have the authority to send a violator, a criminal, it's local ordinance, but it's a criminal, onto someone's private property, even if it's in the ability to be able to try to get their trash back off of it. Now, if we can call that property owner and get permission, so again, there's a lot of right steps. We can't trespass. We can't encourage people to trespass. So it is a very, but then once we go through all that garbage, if we didn't find anything, if it's in the right of way, we place an order in Public Works. If it's on private property, that private property owner has to deal with cleaning it up. If we find evidence, we still don't grab that bag of garbage because that's not the job the code officers do. The same way with if a police officer went out and worked a wreck, it is not his job to pull the car away from it. That's somebody else's job. So just so we're.
And thank you. I know recently, I think a year or so ago, about a year or so, I think we hired some people to go out and pick up trash instead of those. Right.
Yeah.
So typically, do y'all communicate with those guys or whomever's in charge of those guys in order to come out and pick up some of that trash and stuff.
We turn it into Public Works, and because that program runs through Public Works, they would put that on there. We speak with Miss Brenda down at Public Works, and then she puts it on the order, and sometimes I think it's Miss Sandra, but we let them know. That's our process, is we let them know where it's located at. If we have an address, we try to make sure that, you know, we give them a general proximity for it. And also, well, I don't, again, these great building guys here, but we're also working with our magistrate, Judge Bell, yeah. We're also working with her that if we find where there's been a whole bunch of illegal dumping on private property and we can hold someone responsible, or even in the right of way, what we've asked is the road department to send us a restitution cost. And if a private property owner has to clean it up, if they can send a restitution cost. Now, we don't make the decision, but Judge Bell certainly considers whether or not to impose restitution and make them pay back for what it costs that victim when they got the illegal dumping. Yes, sorry, gentlemen. All right.
Going to your building inspection, once the properties improved, start building, how often do you guys go out there to inspect the area while they're building?
I would say once a week, if we drive in that area, we'll provide us with random, routine checks, just to make sure the property is staying in compliance. And, we have a relationship with the builder, so we tend to go every week. We pass by, we just roll through this and make sure we check if we see something. The builders are there, we'll just let them know, hey, we're doing a visual right now and some of the stuff is out of compliance. Can you get it in compliance? Well, normally come back another week or so, just to check, just to make sure everything is where it's supposed to be.
And a home can be built in, what would you say, about 60 to 90 days if it's good weather?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so it can move pretty quickly, if it's in good weather. And often, because these subdivisions have more than one active job going at one time, they may be in different stages. So when we go to a subdivision, we try to make a point of going around into some of the other areas that may be at that stage between the rough-in inspection and getting the final inspection. Yes.
In dealing with the tract builders or any other builder, we tend to try to build a relationship with them and a trust there, and to be on the same page. We do a lot of communicating. So when we do, sometimes we go into the area every day because they have a lot of inspections coming in. So when we go in, we develop that relationship, we get that trust. We try to minimize any slowdowns or anything that would affect them or affect their communities or the constituents that live in that area. That's our primary goal. We set and let them know that once constituents move in, it changes the game. You have to be neighborly friendly. You cannot leave debris, trash. You have to maintain your site at all times. And they tend to work with us. We have some that we have to tap them on the shoulder and correct them. But they get it compliant real fast. Because they don't want to stop working with us. Because it slows them down.
Is there anything outside of debris that our building inspectors actually look for to ensure that those builders are in code or there's no violation, anything outside of debris?
Once we go out and do an inspection, we try to do a thorough check of everything. We scan the area. If we go there for a house wrap, we look for other things at that time to bring it to their attention. If they're not there, we have their number, they have our number. If there's nothing life-threatening, safety, anything like that, we'll give them a call and let them know, hey, you need to look at this, take care of that. Before we get to the yellow paper, the warning, they've probably been warned verbally many times. We just don't give it to them. If they don't get in compliance, we go to the paperwork, we'll stamp it up to the stop work order. Then it tends to get their attention. So we look at a little everything every time we go out.
So you're looking at the structure of the homes as well?
Yes, as we go in for a, installation, we still look around to ensure everything is in place. We just don't go there with that tunnel vision looking for one thing. We scan the whole area.
Tell them about if a curb gets busted in their building.
If they damage, well, you have heavy equipment that comes in, and, if a sidewalk, curb, or anything in that nature get damaged, they have to fix it prior to getting the CO. We will not release that CO to them until they fix it, because if they don't, it comes back on the county. They damaged it, they fixed it. A lot of them complain and say, well, it was like that when we got it, well, you inherited when you bought it. That's part of the deal, so. They tend to work with us, so we really don't have too much. They may not like it, but they get it done.
Is there a time that they need to stop building? Because I am getting complaints from homeowners who are at home at certain times and they're hearing banging and everything is still building and it's affecting their way of life. Is there a specific time? Because the area you were just speaking of, subdivision, that's actually my subdivision. So I get complaints from that all the time about, they're working and you hear bang in the machine where they're trying to, be with their family.
Right. There is a startup time and a cutoff time.
But under our current noise ordinance, our noise ordinance would say from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. That is the time you can't work. But when I had a small family, when I had a young family, I've never had a small one. I have 5 kids, they're all grown. But when I had a young family, bedtimes for them may be 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Right.
And as we move into summer hours where we have more daylight time, people want to make hay while sun shines. So there is a little bit of a balance there. We can certainly, again, evaluate, but every time you change something, then we have to think, what's that ripple effect? So, just.
Maybe it could be done if you already have, maybe you can have, rules for those if you already have a structured subdivision and adding on phases. Because when you have a subdivision kind of like mine, you already have 600 homes. So they're adding on another 125. So you have a full structured subdivision with people living there. So is there a way there could be 2 different policies for those who already have structure to stop at a certain time versus a whole new development where nobody's living there?
I would have to look a little more into that. Remember, in general, our regulations want to be fair and balanced across the board. The more bobs and weaves we do, the more we have to make sure there is the authority to do that. And really, regulations are better to do as a whole than picking and choosing, because you stay out of legal battles if you're treating everyone the same. But I do agree that there may be ways to draft some language, and we can certainly look into that. And even the noise ordinance, that again is regulated by the sheriff's department, because that 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., our code officers, and I heard someone make a comment earlier that, well, a lot of the violations happen after 5 p.m. on Friday, and then they're done by 8 a.m. on Monday. And those are things, a lot of people can go in and grade a whole subdivision in a weekend, and then it's whether or not we can go in, and so then we're just chasing, we're just chasing the rabbit down the hole.
So even though you have the 11 p.m. stop time, is it normal that most builders would even go to 11? Because it's probably gonna be dark, so they're probably gonna stop.
Yeah, once it gets dark.
The advantage we do have, because we do not release power in a new residential home until the final has been approved, and we get a lot of pushback from that, because it's a lot easier when it's cold or hot, and I need to hang some sheetrock. If I'd have a light in there and some AC, it sure would be nice, or I'm trying to put floors in, or I'm painting. But that does limit some of the work, because when the sun goes down, they don't have the lighting there to continue working. Okay, are there any other questions from our commissioners before I get to the question we had from our audience? Okay, so one of the questions is, how many building inspectors? Well, we have these two wonderful gentlemen here, and we have a third position that is currently being advertised on the county's website. So we have a total of 3 building inspectors. The next question is, what are the qualifications? Well, the county offers opportunities. They must have what I call their dirt card. Is that red or blue, guys? Red, okay. So they must have their dirt card in order for them to do inspections for what is primarily our biggest complaint, is the dirt. And so both of them have their dirt card. They are also looking for, we are also in the process of studying, there is is it the IBC?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna let Bobby speak to it first, or even Almond, but if you'll speak to what kind of training and qualifications make for a good building inspector.
You have your B1 certification, and that's residential. That's normally where it starts at, and then it goes from there to mechanical, HVAC, electrical, plumbing. Those are the really main ones for residential that the IRC looks to have for the building inspector. And all of it is a process. It doesn't happen overnight, it's a process. It's challenging, but at the end of the day, you have a experienced and knowledgeable inspector. One of the advantages is actually doing the job and doing the class. You get hands-on and you get the book side of it at the same time.
And both of our inspectors, I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson, one moment, both of our inspectors came from a background where they had hands-on experience in the construction industry, from framing, from running plumbing pipe, from, I'm sorry? A business owner. So again, we look for people. The county offers training. It's rare that you're going to get someone come in that's going to hold every certification, because to be quite honest, as we hear with a lot of our other departments, the private industry is going so well right now. You can be a private inspector and make a lot more money. Now, when the going gets tough and we back to the hard times, then we would probably get a lot more qualified people applying. But the county offers a training program. We offer continuing education. Snap and Shoals and Georgia Power for the electrical side will offer these conferences or classes in the evenings, and these guys go to get continuing education. So there's a lot of resources out there for us to make sure that what we're doing on a daily basis and looking at for the county is going to, again, at this point, meet that minimum code. And if we decide to put additional stuff in there, then they would be on the front end helping write those ordinances, so they would know what they're looking for in those instances. So the other question, and then Ms. Jackson, I'm gonna let you finish. If I find a violation years later, is the county responsible? Let's see how he just
I would say no, because we'll just go back and check the history, of the time that we had, either building or code enforcement. We'll go back and check the history to see what happened at that time, and then we can determine, what the resolution was and what was missed. Well, definitely no, I wouldn't say that. Because that's years after, so anything can happen within those years.
Let me give you an example, and see, when I had someone come to, go to retile my bathroom, The gentleman was a certified inspector, and so, older gentleman, he says, your floors in your bathroom, if I was an inspector, I would have failed this building, because the tile on your bathroom floors are the tiles that are supposed to be on your wall. This is extremely dangerous. So that's why I'm saying, if a qualified certified inspector came and inspected my house when it was initially built, why didn't they know that a tile on the floor violated the code? And if I fall and break my arm, God forbid this thing, why wouldn't the county be responsible? Because your code inspector, whoever came and inspected the home, did not realize, hey, these tiles should never been on this floor.
Okay, let me, I can speak a little bit to that. So actually, when we do a final on a residential home, we are looking that the structure is sound, you've got your walls, you've got your electrical, all your outlets are covered, you've got your plumbing, you've got cut-off valves in certain places. The one thing a building inspector doesn't have to inspect, because it's considered cosmetic, what type of floor you want to put down. They don't have to inspect what color the paint on your wall is, or if somebody wanted to come in after we left and put shiplap up, and they did a bad job and it falls off in the middle of the night and knocks somebody over the head. Those are the, they're, even for a kitchen, they have to have their cabinets set, GFI protection. They don't have to have a floor down in the kitchen at that time, so, or carpet. So that there are certain things. Now, paint on the outside of the house, there has to be paint, because that could deteriorate because of over time. But on the inside, when we walk out, it doesn't have to be. Most homes now, though, are built move-in, when they do that final CO, it's pretty much kind of a move-in ready. They got somebody signed up to come right in it. But that would be, and the other point to that, and certainly not to state that you're not telling me the truth, but if somebody built a home 20 years ago and the house is sold 3 times, how do we know somebody didn't remodel and put that floor down? So how can that be the county's liability when we've had no oversight over that structure from the time we left that day? And one that we had that came up not too long ago, it's in a very nice subdivision up in North Oxford. And somebody he was getting ready to sell his home. He had a building inspector, private building inspector come out. And again, that person's working for you, a private inspector. You've hired them, they're working for you, they're trying to tell you everything that you need. So they came out, and he couldn't sell his home until he was able to put handrails up on the steps that came down. Well, at the time we did the inspection, the handrails were up. But he was wanting to sue the county because now he can't sell his home. We can't help if you took your handrails off because you didn't like the aesthetic of it. So there are some things that, as a government, but a builder should have been given some type of certification on what they did and on what they built. There should be, and maybe it's a limited amount of time, but there should be a quality of that in which you would have recourse to go back privately against that building.
One more question on that. So they inspect residential and commercial?
Yes.
So then I lied. So I have another question. So with all those permits, how in the world can them and even a third person handle all the facilities? I don't see how they can inspect and do a quality job.
On our commercial, and on a lot of our inspections right now, because things are so big, and remember, you get a private inspector. We have the allowance. A lot of ours are done through a third-party inspector or a third-party engineer, because if we can't get right to it, our policy is we do it within 48 hours on a business day. Generally, they do them the very next day. There are certain inspections, a residential and commercial, you can't get power without our approval. You can't get a certificate of occupancy without our approval. And a lot of these large industries, so the company hires a builder. But then they also hire another quality control company to come in and do inspections. So a lot of these, we can't certify a weld, but this, I'm sure when this was built, if it wasn't stick built, there's some welding up here somewhere. That's not what a minimum coder requirement is for them. So what we do is we ask for that certified inspection. So we run it, we have what we need to show that everything was built and the plans and to a certain standard, but it doesn't mean that they're out there on every site every day.
Just to add a little bit, once we go out for an inspection, we take thorough photos, take plenty of pictures. You can go 10 years back. If we took a picture in the future, 10 years back, you'll see that house at the beginning. So if somebody come along and say a safety rail wasn't put up, you can pull that photo up. And you can see how that house looked in the beginning. When we go in for a rough inspection, we take pictures of the inside. Installation, we take pictures showing that it was in there. Somebody come back and say, well, there wasn't no installation in this house. It's 5 years old, and 2 or 3 people lived there. Something could have happened, they took it out, changed something up. We got photos.
And God forbid that the builder may be cutting corners and all the insulation was there when we did our inspection, and then I need the insulation in the house next door, and you go ahead and hang the sheetrock. See, we can't be there at all points, but we can prove when we inspect what it was like when we inspected it. And I was listening to my great co-host here, and it is time for a break. Have we wrapped up the building questions, or is there anything else that somebody wants to? Yes, sir.
Yes, you have to file the houses that you inspect with pictures, right?
Yes, sir.
And with plans to will.
Yes, and now they may not, it's according to how far back. From about 2005 or so forward, we started keeping a lot more documents, but I'll be honest, 2004 was the first year Development Services went on a permitting software, that we had permitting software. Other than that, it was hand papers, paper files, and we moved several times from the old Reynolds building to, sometimes paperwork but now we have computer files. When we finish with that building file, we scan it into Laserfish, we label it, so you're able to come back and pull those files. Moving forward is a lot better. We want to get better as we move forward, and that's what we've tried to do. All right, is that it, guys? Woohoo! Well, let's break. And then I saw my code coming. The most regulatory out of all of our departments, and they are the people that stand in the middle between how a violation comes to us and who is on the other side of filing the violation, and who is on the side of where the violation may or may not exist. So in my time in working with the department, I've noticed that code enforcement comes in 3 ways. You're either mad about the violation, so you're going to call and say, I'm not going to take it anymore, this is too much, the violation is way over the top. Or you're mad about the violator, neighbor disputes, we get pulled into those a lot. Or someone has filed a case on you, and most of ours comes through anonymously, and you don't know who filed that, and so now you want retaliation. So that's generally what our code inspectors deal with on a day-to-day basis. You either mad about the violation, you mad about the violator, or you've been reported and now you want retaliation. So code enforcement. as I said at the beginning of the meeting this morning, our code enforcement officers, and they do, what our local legislation is quasi-criminal, which means that it can carry jail time. They are officers of the law, but they're also community officers. First and foremost, they're charged with making sure that when we go to that property and we make contact, the person on that property understands why we are there and understands our process. So complaints. To file a code enforcement complaint, you can call the office, you can file one online, or you can send an email, or you can come by the office. And again, I kind of went over why the complaints get filed. Once a complaint is filed and received, we schedule it for an inspection. Why do we give a notice? Well, again, we're community officers, and we're required by certain of our rules and regulations, and the code officers can speak a little more if you have specifics. But there are some type violations that require at least a 10-day notice. So if it requires that notice, no matter how bad the violation is, we can't do anything more than give the notice and let the time expire. Then we go back and set it up for another inspection. It could be 10 days, it could be 30 days. So then we go back after that time period, and let's say that they've made substantial progress, and our goal is not to put it on the court calendar, because sometimes once you get a citation, you feel there's no hope anyway, you're going to stop cleaning it up. So again, our goal is to try to get the property into compliance. But we have to give a notice, and we educate them as to why the rule is broken. Now, there's a handful of cases, and all three of my officers are here right now, but there's a handful of cases that we can give an automatic citation of. Illegal dumping, we can give an automatic citation of. Illegal dumping, running a business without a license, we can give an automatic citation on. And I want to go through, because I got some pictures, so I'll do some other case scenarios, and then I'm going to bring my team up, and we'll open it up for questions. And then at the conclusion of the day, we'll turn it back over to, Ms. Walker's out, so I guess I'll turn it back over to Ms. Allison, and then we'll close it out for the day. But again, then we issue a citation. When you issue a citation, you have to give someone due process. So let's say that we've had a really bad case, and we've issued a ticket, and during COVID, obviously we weren't handling a lot of court calendars at that time. We couldn't. So then, but the violations still exist, and it's really, let's say that it is truly an impact to the next door neighbor. Let's say it's a hoarder, and I got some pictures, and we'll show that in a minute. Let's say it's a hoarder, and they're causing rodents, and they causing bugs, and they're causing stench, but we can't get in front of the judge for the judge to even hear it. So we finally get a day in court. So the first day's arraignment. Now, we get a good many guilty pleas, but if they don't plead guilty, then they have the right to ask for a trial. You can either do a trial by the judge, or you can ask for a jury trial. If you ask for a jury trial, honestly, that could be 1, 2, 3 years. We just don't know because of the calendar and about what level it rises to, and is it a life safety, or is it just something that's unpleasant? So we got to give due process. Let's say they decide to go to trial, just for us, our court, not a jury trial. So then we've had arraignment, we have to wait 30, 60, 90, whenever it's going to come up on the court calendar for a trial. Then maybe they've hired an attorney, and that attorney wants to push it out another 60 or 90 days. Now, all of this time, violations still exist. They're still getting calls from angry citizens because they're upset. Why haven't you done something? Sometimes We have to wait for due process to play out. Then the other challenge is if we can't locate a violator. We have a lot of properties that may be rental properties, and I'm not gonna go back to our Arizona friend, because we can believe Arizona done got right. But let's say that we have a property owner, and that property owner lives in another city or in another state. Well, in order for us to issue a citation, we have to do a hand delivery. So if they're somewhere local, then some days the ladies may go up to Lawrenceville. They've been over near Macon. You know, we make the rounds, but then we